lighting right? Looks good. Make sure my audio sounds okay. Let me put my other headphone in. All right, cool. So, just to let y'all know how this was gonna go, because I wasn't even planning on doing a live stream for this because there's people here, people ain't asleep. But it is what it is. It's gonna get loud sometimes, so it just is what it is. There's kids here, so and they're having a little sleepover or whatever, so that just is what it is. Um, all right, cool. So how y'all doing, man? Like I said, I wasn't planning on doing this at all. Just because I know that there's gonna be a lot of background noise this whole day 2 for me. Thursday nights are kind of easier to pull off because there's school the next day for the kids, but Fridays are a little bit tougher. One of them is autistic, so it is what it is. So we're here. I'm excited. Great first round for us. We're just gonna have to deal with whatever background noise comes tonight and whatever. I had a lot of fun with it last night, so I didn't really want to miss going live today. So hopefully we get some offensive linemen in the second round here. Let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Just kind of getting things right before the draft gets started. There you go. And in case you weren't here yesterday, I will not be showing the draft. I ain't trying to get copyright problems. I have it on my TV here, and I have a list right here on my monitor. So yeah, I will be going over the players available, the players I still like, who I want for the Dolphins. I'll be talking about all the picks for all these teams. So yeah. A lot of these teams, I talked about it quite a bit yesterday, at least my opinions on their picks. So I'm excited to see what happens here. I think day 2 is where this draft really shines. We didn't have too much of the top-heavy premier elite guys, but there are a lot of really dope-ass people for day 2. So I'm excited to see what happens today. Probably started this stream a little early, considering it's not supposed to start till 7, and we all know full well that it ain't gonna actually start at 7. But it is what it is. But we here. I guess we could talk about Jacksonville a little bit. I don't really have anything else to say. I guess I can go over who I kind of want. So we got Jacksonville, the Jets, and Atlanta ahead of us. Any of those teams really could be looking offensive line. In order, I would like Landon Dickerson. Well, Landon Dickerson or Tevin Jenkins, I'm good either way. And then if both of those guys are gone, then let's see. Probably Creed Humphrey, I would say, if those two are gone. If all 3 are gone, then get Dylan Raduns. That's just kind of my thoughts. Because I like him better than Liam. Definitely like him better than Jalen Mayfield. Definitely like him better than Walker Little. Coes me too. Yeah. So I want to go O-line for sure with our picks in the second round, if possible, depending on what the board's looking like. The Third round, I'm targeting running back. Ideally, if I could have my way, I would go like Landon Dickerson at 36, and then hold on. Yeah, I would go Landon Dickerson at 36, and then with the 18th pick in the second round, I'd probably go tackle, I guess. Or you could go. I don't know. It's hard to pass up on Tevin Jenkins. I'm happy either way. Either one that they take, I'd be very happy with. I'm having a hard time making a decision because Landon Dickerson is the better player, but the injury concern is there. Tevin Jenkins is amazing, and he doesn't have that concern as much. I mean, obviously, anybody can get injured, but yeah. Can y'all hear me okay, by the way? I hope so. I did some sound checks. It sounded okay. Let me go make sure I'm still fine. Like I said, am I really loud? Let me know if I'm what's up with my chat? Hold on, y'all. Thank God I got another tab open up with my stream. I didn't even know y'all were talking. Why? Turn chat. There it goes. I turned chat on and off, and it worked. The best trick in the book with technology. Just turn it on and off again. Okay, cool. Now I can see y'all. Okay. So I'm doing well. I can finally see y'all. I thought I was talking to myself this whole time. Yes, I am passing on Javon Morig. He isn't even my safety one. I like Richie Grant, Darius Washington better than him. If I were to take a safety, I would go with one of those two. But I want to go O-line for sure. Is it a problem if we don't get Javonte? Not at all. What I want to do is I want to get like Tevin Jenkins at 36 or Landon Dickerson, either one. And then whatever one we don't get, address that position with our second pick in the second round. So if we get a center at 36 and get a tackle later, if we get a tackle at 36 and get a center later. Now, if we take a tackle in Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson, Myers, they're all cleared out, then just take the L. But that would be ideal. And then hopefully Javonte would be there in that case. But if not, take a running back in the third round. If Javonte is not there, I'm really comfortable taking Kylan Hill as well. So I don't think a safety will be at 50. I agree, but I'm not like valuing safety that high for us right now. I think offensive line is our biggest need right now. Tackle and center is more important. At least right now, we have okay safety help for us. But worst case scenario, let's take a look. I mean, all three teams ahead of us could use O-line: Jets, Atlanta, and Jaguars. Not necessarily in that order, but they could all technically use O-line. So if Dickerson, Creed Humphrey, and Tevin Jenkins are all gone, that would be pretty bad. At that point, I'd probably take Richie Grant at safety. That would be the situation where I would do it. I'm not taking running back here, though. I'm looking at running back later. I feel you, Mark. Well, we've got Brandon Jones too, and then we've still got Eric Rowe, and we got some guys to play safety for us, but we're looking for starters right now. We don't have a starting right tackle or a starting center, so that's a bigger need. And you can hide safety a little bit if needed. Especially if we can get some good pass rush. But I feel I would love to get Richie Grant. I love Richie Grant. He's one of my favorite players. So is Ardarius Washington, but it's tough to justify it. Ardarius Washington could maybe fall to the third round just because people don't like him because he's so small. If he's there, I might sprint to the board to go get him, but I don't know. I probably would. I'd probably take a safety over a running back, to be honest. I don't know. Depends on who's available. But that's just me. Best case scenario, what I want is I want to get Tevin Jenkins and Landon Dickerson. I'm like best case scenario would be take Tevin Jenkins at 36, and then people hate Landon Dickerson's health concern, so he is still there for us with our second pick in the second round, and then we go get a running back or a safety in the third, depending on what's available. I feel you, Mark. I will say if it's not Richie Grant, I'm not interested at all in taking a safety like at 36. He's the only safety worth taking there for me. But we just need O-line really, really bad. And there's only two centers that I'm really comfortable with in this entire class, and that's Creed Humphrey and Landon Dickerson. If we miss out on those, we're in trouble, and we need a starter, like right now. Like I said, Landon Dickerson or Tevin Jenkins first. I'm good with that. At 50, we should just play who's the best available. If Ardarius is still there, maybe think about that. Look at what the tackle board is like. I don't know, Randy. I don't know what's up. I don't know what's up with Tevin Jenkins. I don't know if there's an off the field issue that I'm not aware of. But also teams suck at this. So it could really come down to that too. He's my tackle number 3. I think Tevin Jenkins is amazing. But maybe there is some shit we don't know. Like I didn't know about Justin Fields' maturity concerns as so much. So I don't know. I don't think so, Randy. I believe in doubling up. I mean, to be fair, I'm not like strictly saying we have to go O-line twice. I definitely want to go O-line with 36 and then kind of play best available with our second round pick. Like, I'm not just going to take any tackle. Like, I'm not going to get desperate and take someone I don't like Sam Cosmi or Walker Little. If it's take that or take a safety, I'm taking a safety. Raiders need to pick more in the second. I could see that. What are the Raiders draft picks at this point? I can check that. The Raiders have so they got some picks today. They got a second round pick and they got 2 picks in the third round, and they got a 4, 2 fifths, and a 6. Well, Mark, I do want the Raiders to pick more in the second round because they can't draft, and that's going to help people fall. I wish it was just the Dolphins and Raiders picking in the second round. We'll have a Hall of Fame team on our hands. Taking Alex Leatherwood. I feel like they only watch film on Alabama players. I don't get it. Trading down, it depends on what. Okay, so both of them really depend. Who are we trading up for and what's the cost? I'm not trying to give up very much. I'm trying to keep our picks. We need quite a bit. But if the cost isn't too bad and we can go get like Richie Grant or something, and I don't want to pass up. I don't want to lose any of our second round picks. I don't want to trade back though. I want to stay where we are because I think we're in really good position to get some really good players. I'm not trying to trade back unless someone wants to sell their soul. If someone wants to completely oversell it, then absolutely. I don't know what my price would be to trade back, but I mean, someone would have to blow me away. I'm not completely against it. I never am. It just, what's the price? But I would say no. There's still a lot of really good players on the board. Another one who's still available is JOK, and that's crazy to me. He could play strong safety and linebacker for you and could be really, really solid. If we took him, I wouldn't be pissed either, just because I feel really good about him. But I want to go O-line at 36. Yeah, I agree, Joe. Well, maybe. Atlanta could use tackle too. Jacksonville's. Are we started? Nah. Okay. I don't think the Jets go O-line. Like I said, Atlanta could be a threat to us. By the way, you working again today, Joe? I know you were kind of popping in and out. Yeah, they did. Yeah, the Jets could sell, but also I think the Jets going to get like a receiver or something would be good. Just really start building around. Zach Wilson. My ideal pick, honestly, Randy, it's a toss up between Landon Dickerson and Tevin Jenkins. Either one, I'm ecstatic. All right, good to know, Joe. What was I doing? Jets. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, so the Jets went and grabbed a tackle last night, but I would say that receiver would be good. Let's take a look at some receivers who are available. Austin Watkins comes to mind, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Eskridge, Wallace, Terrence Marshall if you're looking for a big-bodied guy. Yeah, I agree. I think they stick in and take their guy. Yeah, I agree, Randy. I do agree the center is the bigger need because at worst, if we miss out on some of the tackles, we can go get a guard later and keep Robert keep Robert Hunt at tackle. But that's not ideal for me. I do want him playing guard. I could see them going Eskridge. I could also see them going Elijah or Rondale Moore. Tutu Atwell could be a guy just because of his speed. I wouldn't take him until day 3, but Jets can't draft sometimes, so we'll see. I'm excited to see what happens. By the way, what channel are y'all watching the actual draft on? I got the NFL Network pulled up because I don't feel like looking at little Norman Osborn, Mel Kiper. I said yesterday that he looks like the goblin from the bank in Harry Potter. Yeah, I go with the NFL Network too. I can't stand looking at Mel Kiper. I wonder if they still got that raggedy ass chair from last night. I got you, Joe. Who the hell is Joel Klatt? I have no idea who that is. He looks like someone Dexter would kill. in the Showtime show Dexter. Yeah, I hate ESPN too, Mark. I hate the NFL Network too. To be fair, I hate them all. Half the reason I even started this channel is because I got sick of people not talking about the Dolphins, and when they did talk about the Dolphins, they didn't know what they were talking about. So, like, Cowboys fans got Vach Lombardi, Ravens fans got Sip to Tally Films, Falcons fans got Intentional Grounding. Like, a lot of teams have a lot of different guys. And there's a lot of really cool Dolphins YouTubers, but not very many that really dive into the film. They more so just cover what happens and stuff. So that's what I kind of wanted to provide. And it definitely didn't exist 2 years ago when I started. At least not to a big degree. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the networks. Rich Eisen, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of him either. He seems like a cool ass dude. By the way, sorry about the background noise. It just got extra loud. But I got kids here, so it is what it is. It's Friday night. But very interested in seeing what the Dolphins do here. Yeah, I agree, Joe. Some of them are a little gimmicky too. I won't like pick out names, but some of them a little bit gimmicky. Because I feel like when two people watch film, even if we disagree, I can respect people's opinions. Like for example, you too, Joe. Like we for the most part, you and I tend to agree on shit. But even when we bump heads, I can at least tell just by reading what you say that you at least watched the film, and I can respect that. What the fuck, phone? Let me mute that. Yes, I know the draft is starting. Thank you. Is there really anything I want to talk about? Let's take a look at what Philly's picks are looking like. Philly kind of intrigues me. They went and got Devontae Smith, which would have been the receiver I would have preferred. I'm definitely happy with Jalen Waddle. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but Devontae Smith would have been my pick. But shouts out to them. So they got a second, third, fourth, fifth, 3 6s and 2 7s. We all do, Joe. We all get caught up in the hype sometimes. And sometimes it's also a counter of that where, like, you're trying not to get caught up in the hype, so you start hating on somebody for no reason. So sometimes you got to check yourself both ways. Make sure you're not hating too much or just following what they say. Like, I feel like a lot of people did that with Rousseau and some of these other players. And even for me, sometimes I'll go in harder on somebody because someone is being hyped. Like, for example, hang on, what? Could they try to extend Fuller's contract this year? If he can stay healthy and performs well, I could definitely see doing that. That's why he has kind of a prove-it deal to see if he can stay healthy. But yeah, there's a lot of examples where I end up going harder on somebody because they were hyped up so much, like Javon Holland, right? I don't like Javon Holland at all, but because people were hyping him up so much, I had to go and watch the film a second time just to make sure I wasn't hating just because people were hyping him up so much. Didn't end up being the case this time, but sometimes that does happen. Yeah, he could be very pricey, Mark. The very least, it'll be a good little mercenary for us for the year. Took some pressure off us in case we couldn't get a receiver or whatever. Someone with some decent route running and ability to get deep balls. So I ain't mad at that. Yeah, I don't get it either, Joe. Like even Russo, at least I see that he has length. He has some strength to him. I see where he could potentially go. Like I could see a scout thinking that they could develop that player. But I don't get what they see in Holland at all. Russo, if they were being honest and just were talking about him as like a 4th or 5th round pick, I wouldn't be mad. That's just what he is to me. But Holland, he's undraftable to me. Like I don't want him. Period. I don't know if I want him as an undrafted free agent. I don't know. He doesn't even play a position. He sort of plays nickel corner, but they don't actually let him do like man coverage and stuff. But you know, because even when like he doesn't really play safety. They put him out at nickel corner, but then like they'll line him up there, but then he just runs to the flats and just looks around and looks lost. So I don't get it. They got the stage looking a little bit better today. Say that. Yeah, weather looks a lot better out there. Um, let's see. Where are my? I got my big board next to me. Not just the top 50 board that I released. I got all my players. I got my book here, and then I got my big ass novel and notes. I got this shit ready. I didn't need it yesterday. No, I'm not worried about Greg. He could develop later, but I ain't scared of him. He's long and he's got some strength. That's it. He doesn't turn well. He doesn't really know how to use his hands. He doesn't have any technique, so he's not really that athletic. So I ain't scared of him. Bills can have him. Bills usually piss me off the draft. They made me laugh pretty hard. Do I think they'll be aggressive tonight? I don't think they necessarily need to be. Dolphins got a bunch of picks. Dolphins just got to be smart at this point. Day 2 is really where you really build your roster. I think yesterday was the ones where we got a little bit aggressive, especially with Jalen Phillips. Someone with a really high upside, but a lot of risk because of the injuries. So I don't know if we're going to be taking any more like big risks like that. I don't know. I hope so, Joe. They showed me a lot yesterday, but I know that in the last couple of years, I wasn't a big fan of what we did in the draft. I wasn't a fan of last year's class really at all. So it is what it is. There were definitely some players I liked. Who would I trade up for from 50? Honestly, nobody. There isn't really any. I mean, I'll tell you what, Mark. Let me answer that when I see what we do with 36. That'll give me an idea of more what to target at 50. Because if we pass up on Tevin Jenkins, then I'd trade up potentially for Tevin Jenkins, depending on what we got to do it. Just because I feel that highly about him. Maybe Richie Grant. I think the Jags should go JOK here, or go like receiver or something to really continue to help out Trev. Because me personally, you just drafted Trevor Lawrence. I want to make him as comfortable as possible. You went and got his running back on your team. I would go get like Eskridge or something, or whoever the Jags have as their best receiver available. Whether it be Moore or Eskridge, if they like Terrence Marshall in that way. So we'll see. But JOK is staring them in the face, so I definitely wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be upset for anybody taking JOK because he's by far the best player available. He is my, 9th overall player? I guess I can close out of these tabs. I had to write a 4,000-page paper right before I went live. That's when I finished it for school, so I don't need those anymore. What was I doing? Oh, pick is in? Oh, shit, we're on. Thanks, Mark. I was not paying attention. I was looking at my my receiver rankings and shit. Yeah, JOK is my 9th overall player. So we'll see what they do here. Come on, announce the pick. Man, I'm so damn impatient. I hate this shit. I love the draft, but I hate the way they have to dress it up and stuff. I know they have to technically to get viewership and all that. I understand, but yeah, you want us to find a way to get Jakeem Grant. Jakeem Grant. Jesus, Richie Grant. I feel you, Joe. See what I tried to do there? I tried to say I wanted to get rid of Jakeem Grant and I wanted to draft. Ew. Tyson Campbell. Oh, Jacksonville. Ew. Let me get my hand sanitizer. Now, I don't hate Tyson Campbell. I think he has a lot of potential. He's athletic as shit. But he has no idea how to play corner. Wow. Well, that really helps. So now for sure, one of the offensive linemen I want us to take at 36 is going to be there. Because the Jets and Falcons can't take all three. They can't take Creed, Landon, and Tevin Jenkins. So maybe the Jets go JOK here. I don't know about Kelvin Joseph, Joe. I love him, but there are scouts legitimately saying that he has possibly the worst off the field problems that they've ever had to deal with. Like, it's being reported that his coaches literally asked him to opt out because they didn't want to deal with him. So it's a little tough. It's not just about him trying to be a rapper. Apparently he tried to choke one of his coaches. It's ridiculous. Yeah. His coaches literally asked him to not play this year He chose to play anyway, and then they asked him again to opt out for the bowl game. So, yeah, the off the field problems are really a scare. He might even slide to day 3. It just is what it is. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate because he's such a good player. Yeah, they drafted C.J. Henderson, Mark. What, last year or the year before? All the drafts kind of run together now. I mean, I guess they doubled up there, but Tyson Campbell. Like, let me take a look at some of the other corners available. I mean, yeah, you did have Kelvin Joseph. Yeah, I wouldn't mind him in the 3rd, possibly, depending on what else is available. I'm just not in that big of a market for a corner when we have such bigger needs. Yeah, I would have taken like Asante Samuel Jr. over him, over Tyson Campbell. Maybe not Elijah Molden because he's not like an outside corner. But Tyson Campbell there is in the early 2nd is kind of crazy. I guess I can mark him off though. Yeah, I like Asante Samuel. I think that would have been a much better pick than Tyson Campbell right there. Hey, fuck it. Yeah. Jets taking a minute. They might be, like we kind of mentioned, they might be seeing what type of trades they could possibly get. So that would make some sense. Miami did not have all day to throw the ball. What are you talking about, Mark? Miami Dolphins or Miami Hurricanes? The Miami Dolphins definitely did not. What would it like to be a Jets fan? It must be miserable. I mean, I guess I can't talk. I'm a 23-year-old Dolphins fan. I haven't exactly seen us do amazing things for long. You don't remember any set? Okay. You also don't remember our running backs not being able to get through gaps because the blocks were bad. You should go watch my my film sessions from last year. Most of our problems came from the O-line, on offense anyway. And our receivers not being able to make space. So I don't know about that. And actually, Jets. They did what I said. Go get receiver. Elijah Moore. There you go. Go support your quarterback. I feel you. Agreed, Joe. It is better than the year before when we had all undrafted free agents. It was better by default. And I do like our potential at guard between Kinley and Robert Hunt, but it definitely ain't where it needs to be. I don't know about Austin Jackson yet. Yeah, it was a good pick for the Jets. That's a really, really good pick. I guess I should talk about that. Elijah Moore is a crazy good yak guy. He's very, very quick, fast as hell, just a really, really good yak guy receiver. That's huge for the Jets. What y'all think Atlanta's going to do? Let me go take a look at Atlanta. Kyle Trask? That could be funny. They could go Asante Samuel here, potentially. at least the people we want look like they're going to fall to us. Whether the Dolphins actually take them or not is another matter. They could go running back here. Not the Dolphins, Atlanta. I'm talking about Atlanta right now because they're the ones on the clock. JOK would make some sense too. I don't know. Atlanta could go a lot of different places, so we'll see. I could definitely see Atlanta going Samuels. Unless they want to put their nuts on the table. The thing about JOK though is that he is so fantastic that it doesn't even really matter. I mean, they could use an outside linebacker regardless. And he can also play some strong safety for you too. So that would be a really good one. I think they will go corner though, to be fair. But offensive line is always a possibility, but I don't think so. Kyle Trask could be the funniest one. That's actually possible. I mean, they could go like Chase Gerbers or something. Again, I don't know why I'm picking on him specifically, but if anybody knows, didn't Stetson Bennett go back to Georgia, their quarterback? I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, they traded it. Shit, Denver's on the clock. Could they be trading up to get an offensive lineman? Shit, they want to get ahead of the Dolphins. They definitely could use some O-line help. Because they traded ahead of us specifically. They need a center too. This could be Landon Dickerson as well. I hope they take Creed Humphrey so we still have the choice of one of the two. But you know what, though? They can't take Tevin and Landon Dickerson. They can't take both. So whatever one they don't take the other. They could be going JOK here. They could use a linebacker. But I don't think they're doing that. I agree. They should go O-line. What if they go Trask? All right, pick us in. Come on, please tell me you traded up to get Trask. That'd be hilarious. You can see Elway doing something like that, to be fair. It's got to be Tevin Jenkins or Landon Dickerson, though, I feel. Or Creed Humphrey. Okay, so Denver receives a 35th and a 6th round pick. Atlanta received the 40th and a 4th round pick. Okay. I feel you, Joe. Damn, man. Denver already put their pick in and announced it. That raggedy ass chair, you know that thing smells so bad. Damn! Javonte Williams goes to Denver. That one hurt. That's why they traded up. They wanted to make sure we couldn't get our running back. Damn. I did not expect that. Why aren't you sad, Mark? do you not know how good Javonte Williams is? All right. I ain't gonna be that sad. We still got Michael Carter in Kylan Hill and Kenneth Gainwell possibly for round 3. So Dolphins are on the clock. Let's see what we do. I have wanted Javonte Williams to our team, but it is what it is, man. But I guess I should. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Mark, is I wasn't planning on taking him here, but I was hoping he would fall for him to be an option a little bit later. But shout out to Denver. I'll talk about that for a little bit. Javonte Williams is possibly the most balanced running back in this class. He actually has some very good balance as well. Yeah, we did pick quick. But he's very, very powerful. He has the speed. He has the wiggle. He can make people miss. He's valuable in the receiving game. He's a really good blocker, hard worker, hard-nosed runner. Just really, really good pick. So good job on Denver. I'll say that before we get to the Dolphins pick. But by the way, I should have a video talking about everybody drafted today. I would imagine. Probably some guys tomorrow that I don't. Unless someone goes and gets a kicker or something. I've already talked about who I wanted us to take, so I don't really have much else to say until this happens. I'm nervous, bro. Just don't irritate me. All right, man. You got Creed Humphrey, you have Landon Dickerson, and you have Tevin Jenkins all on the board. Take any of those 3, and I'll be happy. I prefer Landon or Tevin Jenkins, though. But I'll take Creed. Come on. No! They drafted Javon Holland. Chris Greer ain't shit, man. I ain't going to say that, but fuck. Y'all were doing so well. Y'all were doing so well yesterday. You had me believe that y'all had learned from your mistakes. That y'all learned how to draft miraculously. I was wrong. You have not. You just got lucky and people fell to you. But you had 3 players fall to you now, and you take Javon Holland. And the thing that hurts is that Richie Grant is there. Agreed, Mark. Like, I didn't want to take safety there. But if you're gonna take Richie Grant, take Morig, take Ardarius Washington, take Hamza Nazarladine, take anybody, take JOK, play him at safety. Javon Holland's not better than any DB we have on our roster. I'm pissed. I don't even give two shits about what the Eagles do. I really don't. My phone's blowing up too. Bruh. Nah, Joe, no, you don't. Dolphins just fucked up. It ain't us, it's them. I told you. I was nervous about the draft because we have all these picks, but they haven't proven that they know how to draft. Facts. Anything would have been better. Just to give you some perspective, let me see where I have him ranked at, like, among all positions. Javon Holland is my 252nd ranked player. That fucking hurt. That hurt. That might be the worst pick I've ever seen the Dolphins ever take. At least we did good yesterday. You left Landon, Richie Grant, Tevin Jenkins, JOK all on the board to get Javon Holland. You got a player who doesn't even actually play a position. He's not a nickel. He's not a safety. I don't know, Mark. I don't really care. Javon is ass. Javon is ass. New England's sitting right there past the Eagles, too. It's something past. Well, Tevin Jenkins might have some kind of issue, but not taking like Richie Grant or something. The Dolphins just can't evaluate defensive backs, at least for the draft. That's very clear. We shouldn't have taken Noah Igbinoghene last year either. Brandon Jones was okay. I still didn't love that pick either, but all right, Philly. Take me out of my pen and give me something else to talk about. But don't hurt me. And they take Landon Dickerson. God damn it. Now watch New England take Tevin Jenkins. I ain't even got nothing to say, man. I'm just hurt. There's no way to justify the Javon Holland pick, though, because there was so many better options. Like, literally every other option was better than Javon Holland. That proves to me that they don't know how to watch film on defensive backs. That's what that proved to me. The fact that they took Javon Holland means they either didn't watch film on him and they watched a highlight tape, or they don't know how to evaluate him. That's what that tells me. Because Javon Holland is ass. He can't cover. He misses tackles. He looks lost. Like I said, I don't necessarily hate the idea of taking safety. I don't know how many safeties I watched this year off the top of my head, but he was last. He was my last ranked safety. I had Elijah Molden, who I've never even seen play safety, rated higher than him at safety. Just based on what I've seen him do at nickel. Yeah, if they were going to go safety, like even if they would have went with Moehrig, I wouldn't have been as mad. I still wouldn't have been happy. I would have preferred Richie, but at least we can work with Moehrig. Javon Holland is terrible. All right, New England. All right, New England took Christian Barmore. I would have preferred Barmore too over Holland. I would have preferred everybody. God damn. Javon Holland might be besides Shaka Toney, might be my least favorite person in this class. Like, to be fair, I don't hate any of these people personally. Don't get it twisted, but I don't know them. But yeah, for New England, that's a good pick. And to be fair, interesting. Philly is listing Landon Dickerson as a guard, which, I mean, he would be a very good guard too, but that's interesting. But yeah, those are two very good picks for New England and Philly. Definitely not looking forward to that. Yeah, I feel you, Joe. Hopefully Creed Humphreys can fall to 50, and hopefully the Dolphins actually take him. Because that was what I was concerned with. Like, they can fall all they want, but the Dolphins have not proven to me that they know how to draft. They started to show signs of improvement yesterday, but that Javon Holland pick just completely erased my faith in them. So, all right, Bears on the clock. They just traded up. So their pick is in. They just traded with Carolina. They gave up their 5th round pick. And okay. Well, no, they got a 5th back. Okay. And then Carolina got a 3rd and a 5th as well. And then they swapped seconds. Gotcha. To be honest, I might like Josh Myers better than Mirenes, to be honest with you, Joe. But I wouldn't be mad if we took Mirenes a little later, maybe in the 3rd. I wouldn't be mad at Creed Humphreys, though. I really wanted Landon, though. And there goes Tevin Jenkins to the Bears. This ain't fun. I was having fun yesterday. I got to make fun of the Bills. I can't make fun of the Bills anymore. Our pick is worse. I knew I shouldn't be happy. I knew I shouldn't be excited about what the Dolphins are doing. Why would I do that? Why would I do something so stupid? The good thing is we have some safety depth, so Javon Holland might not ever have to see the field. You know what? All right. So the Bears, I'm pissed because I wanted Tevin Jenkins. I did not want Javon Holland. But y'all got yourselves one. Tevin Jenkins is a nasty ass tackle. He was my tackle number 3, and he is absolutely fantastic. He's nasty as hell. His technique is amazing. He's got power. His feet are solid for his size. Y'all got yourselves one. You could play him at left or right tackle, and he'll be amazing. You could probably even slide him in at guard if you had to. Shouts out to the Bears. But, dude, I feel like we should have 2 GMs. Have Chris Greer make trades and free agent acquisitions and have someone else entirely for the draft. I don't know what's up when we go to draft, but it is so retarded. That Javon Holland pick might have just erased my opinion on the picks for Jalen Phillips and Jalen Waddle. Ah, goddamn. Just his presence. All right, Atlanta's pick is in. I have no idea what they do here. JOK. Edge, maybe? I know they've been wanting a 1 tech for like forever, but I don't know. Atlanta. Trask? I don't want him to take Trask anymore. I can't make fun of him for it. All right, what's the pick? Atlanta got Richie Grant, man. They're rubbing it in my face, bro. They're taking all the better options. Oh, my God. Damn. Can I trade Richie Grant for like a 2042 7th round pick? Be good value. But shouts out to Atlanta. Y'all got the best safety in the class. His ability to read the field is incredible. He's got range that I haven't seen in a safety in years. He'll come down and smack you like hell. He's a fantastic player. He does have some problems with misdirection sometimes, so that is a little bit of a learning curve. He does tend to get a little bit too aggressive sometimes. But overall, I think he is a fantastic safety. He is my safety number 1. You got yourselves one. So shouts out to Atlanta. Detroit's pick is in. even know what to do at 50 now. I mean, we got to go line for sure. But they can't scout O linemen either. They don't even know what type of scheme they want to run. They should let Brian Flores do the draft. Mark, he was ranked 79 on some people's boards. He was ranked 258 on my board. So it was a monumental reach. I didn't want him, period. For me, personally, he was undraftable. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But at least the picks are going faster this time. An hour in, we're already 9 picks in. That's good. Whoa. Miami just traded up. We're behind Detroit. We're up at 42. They better not piss me off with this pick. I ain't even gonna give you a prediction. I have no clue after that Javon Holland one. That one was so out of left field. I have no idea. I have no clue. I would go take Creed Humphrey right now without Landon on there. I'm taking him right now. I'm not letting him fall. I hope that's what they're thinking too. I am trying to figure out what we just gave up. I don't know why it'd be Azeez Ojulari. They'd be kind of well. To be fair, the Dolphins just did something dumb, so they could do something dumb now. I do like Azeez, but we got Jalen Phillips. I ain't trying to double up on edge when we don't have an offensive lineman. I agree. It should be Creed Humphrey. All right, Levi and Muzurike. Awesome. Awesome for Detroit. That means Creed's still there. Come on, Miami. Don't let it slip too far. If it ain't him, I would accept Dylan Raduns at tackle. I'd be okay with Dylan Raduns, but I'd rather Creed. Trying to figure out what we traded. Dylan Raduns would be my best left tackle available. my best tackle, period. Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame isn't terrible. Samuel Cosme exists. James Hudson, Spencer Brown, they're both there. After that, it kind of falls off hard. All right, I want to see what the Dolphins just gave up to trade up. Pick is in. Okay. I can't. I'm streaming. So it's Liam Eichenberg. Definitely would have preferred Dylan Radunes, but I'm okay with Liam. He obviously went to a bigger school, so I understand wanting to take him there. I definitely would have preferred Creed or Dylan, but I'm okay with Liam. So he is a guy who's not gonna like whoop anybody's ass, but he will get the job done. He's not necessarily powerful, but he deals with power well because he's got a good base. So I'm okay with this pick. We can play him at right tackle, or ideally, I might rather put him at left tackle and put Austin Jackson over to the right. So something at least. That makes me feel a little better that we at least got a tackle. Just not necessarily who I'd want. And we could have had Tevin Jenkins, man. He was sitting in our lap. Yeah. Mark, I think he is better than Hunt as a tackle, but that's because I want Hunt to slide into guard. I'm trying to figure out what we just gave up as well. It's still showing that we still have our third round pick. We didn't have one in the fourth. We still have fifth and 2 7ths. So I don't know what we gave up. Dolphins trade. By the way, the Raiders are now on the board. Okay, so we traded the 50th pick in this class and a third rounder for next year for the 42nd pick. Okay, that's not too bad. So go get Liam. So we didn't give up any picks for this year. Actually, it's not even. Yeah. Okay. No, it doesn't look like there's a player involved. We just gave up third next year, and then our number 50 to get up to 42. Okay. That's not bad. Again, not the ideal pick, but I'm okay. I'm okay with that pick. I'm okay with Liam. I just would have preferred Radunes if we're gonna go tackle, but that's fine. I don't know what the Raiders want. I had a Raiders fan come into my one of my lives at one point saying that they wanted linebacker help. This could be JOK or Nick Bolton, possibly. They did trade up. They got the 43rd and a 7th. I didn't get to see it. We go to the Raiders. I'm not sure what they got. I think they got a 5th. Or a 3rd. Yeah. I think they just got an additional 3rd. Okay. Liam having a higher floor than Raduns, no. I think Raduns had a higher floor and higher ceiling. And yeah, our 3rd pick is going to be very important now. And now, unfortunately, I think we're out of running back range. Now I think we need to go get a center. Unfortunately. The Dolphins getting Holland just took us out of running back range for me. Unless there ain't nothing left at center. If, Creed's gone, Miranez is gone, Josh Myers is gone, I ain't just going to take a center just for the sake of it. Then I'll take running back. But and I would be more okay with that if it was a different safety. And see, that's why I wanted to take Creed, because in a worst case scenario, we can keep Hunt at tackle and draft a guard in day 3 who can start for us. Because you can get guards a little later. We can go get Deontay Brown or something. But that's off the table now. Oh, safe. The Raiders took Trevon Moehrig, so shout out to them. Trevon Moehrig, very good cover safety. He's got some range to him, especially if you're going to do some deep half things. You don't want him to do going to be the deep safety all the time. But he does have some range to him. He is good in coverage, very good in man. He has some physicality to him, so shout out to the Raiders there. Yeah, Joe, we're going to line you up at running back. Dallas is kind of interesting here. I kind of hope that Dallas does something equally stupid so Vach can't make fun of me. But, it's kind of hard to do something equally stupid as taking Javon Holland in the 2nd round, though. Top of the 2nd at that. All right, bro. Make the pick. You know something? It only took a 3rd round pick for next year to trade up. You think a 4th rounder for next year and our 3rd round pick can get us up into the 2nd round again? Could be something to think about. We could throw in one of our 7s because we got 2 of them. Maybe shop Wilson or Jakeem Grant. Possibly. Come on, man. Dude, the people who make the picks for Dallas always gotta be so damn extra. Damn, Dallas. Kelvin Joseph. They got some nuts. All right. I can't make fun of Vach. Damn. So that's my cornerback number 2. He might choke his coach. Mike McCarthy might not survive training camp with Kelvin Joseph, but if they all can stay peaceful, maybe do a little mixtape together, then Kelvin Joseph's going to be a fantastic player for you. I think he has the potential to possibly be a Hall of Fame corner in this league if he can keep right. I think he's extremely, extremely talented. So y'all got yourselves one. So shouts out to y'all. Yeah, I might be willing to trade up, bro. Also, I might be interested in trading up to get a 4th round pick, maybe, depending on what we're looking at that point. I don't know. Jacksonville's pick is in. Trevon Diggs and Kelvin Joseph is crazy. That's a good way to improve a terrible defense, though. It wasn't that big on Micah Parsons, but you get Kelvin Joseph and Micah Parsons, and you're starting to look pretty good. You start to get a good D line there. That could be a little something. Jacksonville took Walker Little. That's retarded. Dylan, why are people slipping on Dylan Raduns? I realize he went to a small school, but I don't care. Walker Little hasn't played since 2018. And even in 2018, he didn't look that special. I guess Dylan Raduns really hasn't played since 2018 either, technically, but for different reasons. What, phone? Okay. Cincinnati's very interesting. They should go O-line here. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, no. They're not extending Billy Price. This could be Creed Humphreys. Uh, no, Mark. Wait. Yeah. Our next pick is at 80. We gave up our other 2nd round pick. I'm thinking about probably trading up. It kind of depends on what Cincinnati does here, though. If they take Creed Humphreys, I'm not really interested. That's who I'd be trading up to go get at this point. Because I wouldn't be letting him fall anymore. And they did just announce that they're not extending Billy Price. Come on, man. You ain't got to make this shit take forever. I feel you, but all right, Jackson Carman. Okay pick for Cincinnati. I'm glad it wasn't Creed. I'd be on the phone with the Chargers right now if I were Miami. We were able to trade up earlier for giving up a third next year, so we might be able to do something like that. I'm trying to go get Creed Humphrey, but Jackson Carman's cool. Very heavy. He has some heavy feet, so that's something to be kind of concerned about. But he is a pretty good player. He did play some tackle, but he's probably going to move into guard for you. So that'll help protect Joe Burrow quite a bit. So good little move there. I feel like the Chargers are going to go JOK. Them or San Fran. San Fran could go like receiver or something too. You're not wrong, Mark. They need a center real bad, Pittsburgh. That's why I'm trying to trade up. Depending on what we got to give up. Because Quinn Mariners is cool, but he ain't Creed Humphreys. He certainly ain't Landon Dickerson. He's got it physically. It's just he doesn't really have technique at all. I would probably take Myers over Mariners just because I need floor right now because we need a starter. You know what, though? To be fair with the Javon Holland pick, maybe Oregon just limited him. He just couldn't shine because Oregon wouldn't let him. It's got to be what I hope for. But it's not what it shows on film. So usually you can spot that. But this sucks, man. That pick really put us in a bad spot. Like I said, if we would have gotten like our Darius Washington or Jakeem Grant from it, even Morig, I'd be a little bit happier with that. At least we're getting an elite player in return. But I'm trying to figure out. Giants could use some receiver help. Maybe offer Jakeem Grant or Wilson to them. I don't know if they'd want that. And maybe I don't know, a fourth from next year. Maybe one of our sevenths this year. I don't know. Go get Creed. Maybe Gary. Maybe they fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl. But I'd take Paris Ford over Devon Holland for real. Don't make it sound like I like Paris Ford because I don't, but I like him better than Holland. Yeah, I agree, Gary. That was a really, really bad pick. I wasn't a fan of the Noah pick last year either, but this one pisses me off a lot more. At least Noah was an okay corner. Holland is just bad. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't even really remember him much at the Senior Bowl. He did. If he was there, he didn't really. Was he? Sorry about the background noise, guys. It's Friday night. It's gonna be a little louder. Yeah, I wanted Tevin as well. Um, yeah, we could have taken Grant at fit at uh oh yeah, 50, yeah. Oh, we could have taken Holland in the 7th. Probably not. Someone probably would have taken him, but I wouldn't have cared. Yeah. Sorry about the noise, guys. Dude, Javon Holland has an undraftable grade for me. That's he is my 256th ranked player, but really I don't want him at all. I was just looking at my real big because I had my top 50 big board that I released on the channel, but I have a big board of everybody I watched as well that I didn't release. But yeah, he wasn't at the Senior Bowl. He's not on the roster. I just checked. I was gonna say that too, but then I got distracted. And hell, if you're gonna scout someone from the Senior Bowl, get Tyree Gillespie. He was there. Richie Grant was too. Anyway, let's talk about the Niners, I guess. The Chargers got Asante Samuel Jr. Fantastic pick. Very, very underrated corner. He is kind of small, but I think he's going to be a really good player for you. So shouts out to the Chargers. Chargers consistently draft pretty well. So the Niners, actually. So I'm curious to see what they do here. I don't even think we necessarily should have traded down, Gary. We just made a wrong move. We had Tevin Jenkins, we had Landon Dickerson, we had Creed Humphreys all staring us in the face, and we didn't take them. We could have taken Grant, Washington, Morig, JOK. We could have done anything other than Holland. Like I said, I wasn't even for taking safety there, but if we were gonna get somebody else. That is by default going to be the worst pick of this entire class. All right, 49ers take Aaron Banks from Notre Dame. He'll be a pretty solid guard for you. He's not going to completely, kind of similar to Liam, he's not going to completely whoop your ass, but his technique is pretty solid. So he should be a pretty good guard for you. So shouts out to y'all. Cardinals are on the clock. Yeah, for real. Liam at 36 would have been better than Javon. Anything would have been better than Javon. Just about. I would have went Kyle Trask first. Yeah, sure. I'll take a backup quarterback over Javon Holland. Just because the value is at least there. I want to trade up. I really want to trade up because Creed Humphreys ain't getting past Pittsburgh. And I don't really want Quinn Mearners or Josh Myers too much. I'd rather Creed. I really would have rather Landon, but I'll take Creed. It's hot as hell in here. All right, pick is in. It's hot as hell. Sorry if that was loud, by the way. At least 3 of the 4 picks haven't been completely awful so far. I haven't fully agreed with any of them, but at least I could understand the thought process of the other 3. Javon Holland, and I'm still happy with the other 3, especially the ones we got yesterday. Just not what I would have done, but I'm perfectly happy with them. But bro, they are taking so long to announce this Cardinals pick. They called it like immediately as they got on the clock.
I will.
Rondale Moore out of Purdue. Good pick. Solid receiver for you. The rich keep getting richer on that offense. It's going to continue to help Kyler Murray out. So shouts out to y'all. Solid ass receiver. Going to line up mostly in the slot for you. Give you a good slot receiver for when Larry eventually retires. Something just hit my window. Giants. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, Larry is gone. You're right. My bad. I'm bugging. Wasn't he talking with Tampa, Larry? Yeah, I know he retired, but Tampa was talking to him like he was going to potentially come out of retirement. Which would have been nuts. What do you guys think it would take for us to get ahead of Carolina? Because I wasn't thinking about trading up, but now I feel like we probably should. And probably just have to sacrifice our ability to get a running back, a starting level running back. Maybe give up our third this year, and maybe a seventh or the fifth. I don't know. You think it would take a second and a third? So like our third round pick this year and a second next year. That'd be a little. That'd be a little much. I don't know if I'd be willing to do that. I might. I don't know. Maybe 2/3, a third this year, a third next year. I don't know. Maybe give them like one of our sevenths as well this year. We got two of them. Giants pick is in. If Creed's gone, I don't even know if I want to go O line. For real, for real. Probably have to take Myers still or Marinez, but at that point, I almost might rather go somewhere else. Because, like, our pick is the 18th pick in the second round. As well. So it's not even early third. It's our third round pick. So it's a rough situation to be in here. I don't know what the Giants do here. You know, Pittsburgh could actually go Kyle Trask as well. Sit him under Ben. They shouldn't, to be fair, but the Steelers do some questionable decisions too. Azeez Ojulari for the Giants. Good pick. Very high upside. Very raw player. So shouts out to them. Super athletic. Definitely needs to work on his actual technique and stuff, but very good player. Who knows? Maybe they like Josh Myers better than maybe they like him a little more than Creed Humphrey. That'd be great. A man can dream, Mark. I agree. You know what though? Dylan Radunes is still available too. They need a tackle as well. Villanueva's gone. Could go guard. They need guards. Pittsburgh needs everything besides running back. Come on. Announce the pick. All right. Sam Cosmi for Washington. Another pretty raw talent. He could definitely stand to work on his feet and his hands, but he can move a little bit, and he does have some strength to him. Just really needs to work on his technique, and he'll be fine. Radunes is really falling. Cleveland is really interesting here. Cleveland could go pretty much anywhere they want. JOK is still on the board. So is Ronnie Perkins. Nick Bolton as well. I could see JOK coming off the board right now. Cleveland just traded their pick. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Never mind. Carolina was there and they traded out. My bad. Yeah, Mark. Only Micah Parsons and Zaven Collins came off the board. Oh, no, Jamin Davis as well. He got drafted yesterday. So 3. But JOK and Nick Bolton are both still sitting there. I'll tell you what. Nick Bolton fits the Steelers so fucking well, though. Just what they do. Come on, man. Bring out the zebras. It's a dope ass stage though. I had to bring out that crusty ass chair on that dope ass stage. That's just sinful. What you want, phone? Don't remind me that Javon Holland is a Dolphin. Don't do that. I don't care that Akeem Talib likes to pick. He probably didn't watch the film. I wouldn't either one if I were him at this point. Bro, just announced the pick. I hope this guy breaks his ankles. I hope the Browns go 0-16 for this. Forever. Oh, hang on. I can't remember either. Um, yeah, there goes JOK to the Cleveland. That makes sense. Taking best player available. They did all that just to take JOK. Crazy. Um, no, they played more than that. No, they had basically a full schedule. But shout out to JOK. He's a guy that can play linebacker for you and safety. He's actually my linebacker one, so shouts out to Cleveland getting him in the second round. So there you go. He actually cracked my safety list too because he's that good at both. I think he's probably going to be playing will linebacker for you, most likely. Do a lot of coverage things, lock up some tight ends and stuff. So, Titans on the clock. I've been saying that, Mark. I'd be on the clock with the Titans or the Colts right now. See what we can do. I'm trying to jump ahead of. Well, I guess not the Titans. Their pick is in. And this was always my concern with Miami. Like you do all these moves to get all these extra picks, but if you can't draft, it doesn't really mean anything. Like I said, I like the first round pick. Liam Eichenberg is cool, but a Devon Holland pick really kind of fucked us. My cat's just staring at me. Come here. No? Okay, just ignore me. Dylan Radunes. Shout out to the Titans. He is a fantastic player. Of course, the player competition is something to talk about, but he did really, really well at the Senior Bowl. That's where I really took notice of him. He's a fantastic player. Really good technique for at least better at technique than I was expecting. He has power. He has decent footwork. So y'all got yourselves one. Got yourselves a really good player. I would have preferred him over Liam where we took him, but whatever. Tell you one thing, even if Creed gets past Pittsburgh, I don't think he's getting past Seattle too. Yeah. Hey, maybe we can make a trade with Pittsburgh. Maybe they're thinking something else. I don't know. Maybe they realize that their team has enough holes where they need more picks. How dare you eat that pizza in reverse? How dare you eat Pizza Hut? Pizza Hut is disgusting. I would think so too, Mark, but I don't know. And even if they need a center, I don't know if they're going to take Creed. I hope not. Steelers have made some very questionable decisions in the past, so hopefully they do it again tonight. I still don't think it'll matter because I don't think they're getting past Seattle either, and definitely not Kansas City. Chiefs are signing McKinnon. It's good to know. I did see that Atlanta's signed AJ McCarron too. Did y'all see that Tim Tebow is working with Jacksonville as a tight end? It's interesting. Should have done that a decade ago. Yeah, Kansas City did get somebody. I still might draft Creed though. I hope they don't. What if Pittsburgh goes like Brevin Jordan, tight end or something? That'd be cute. To be fair, they also were having problems getting people to catch the damn football last year, so that's a thing. Nobody could catch up there in Pittsburgh. I agree, Mark. But they also have nobody at a lot of positions. Listen, I'm just trying to talk them out of taking Creed. I'm trying to find any excuse. Maybe they go Trask. They did say they were interested in Trask, to be fair, before the draft. Yeah, Ben is a statue now. Did Rondale Moore really squat 600 pounds? Brian, I am not happy about the Javon Holland pick at all. I am not a fan of him. He is my 256th ranked player and my last ranked safety that I watched. I hate the pick. I didn't want to take safety, period. I wanted to take Landon Dickerson or Tevin Jenkins. But if we were gonna, I would have taken Jakeem Grant or Darius Morig, something like that. The Colts just took Deo Odeyingbo. They got a pretty good player who's going to help stop the run right now. He can give you a little bit of snaps at a defensive tackle, like 3 tackle, a little bit too. So shout out to you. Yeah. Hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, he is small as shit, but he's a really good player. All right, pick us in. Man, they did it quick. It's got to be Creed. Either that or the Steelers are really confident making a bad pick. No, I didn't think Brian. I didn't think that Moore would fall this far either. But I also didn't think JOK would fall all the way to Cleveland there. He was my 9th overall player, regardless of position. But that just proves that teams can't draft. Who are you a fan of, Mark? You're trying to go wide receiver for the Dolphins? Nah, man. We already got Waddle. Steelers selection. What's up, Franco? They did go tight end. I was joking. Pat, I can't pronounce his name. Freiermuth. Penn State. I do like him. I wasn't laughing at the player. I was just joking when I said they should take a tight end. I said Brevin Jordan. I wasn't thinking him. But he is a very good blocking tight end. He's got a pretty good catch radius. He does need to start catching with his hands a little bit more. He has a tendency to body catch, even despite the catch radius. He also tends to try to run before he catches the ball, and he is lacking a little bit of athleticism. But I do think he is a good player, and he makes a lot of sense for Pittsburgh. So, yeah, and it looks like they're trying to get a power run thing going, so getting a blocking tight end makes sense. And too, Brian, because there's so many good receivers in this class, that could be why a lot of them are falling. Because I think teams are thinking, we could go get a receiver right now who's pretty cool, like whoever you like. Let's say Eskridge. He'd probably be my favorite receiver still available. I could go get Eskridge now, but also I can go get Creed Humphrey now, and there's not a center I like that much later. Versus I can go get a better receiver in the 4th round, like at least a comparable one. So that could be why, because there is so much depth at wide receiver in this class. We could see that with running back too. And running back isn't as valued a position too, just in general. So that could be a thing we see. By the way, I am enjoying the pacing much more of this. We're almost at 9:00, almost at the 2-hour mark, and we're already almost done with the round. So I appreciate that. Hey, want to see my other little terrorist? I showed you guys the other one yesterday. Come here. Here's the other one that bothers me in videos. Seattle could possibly. Seattle doesn't have many picks. They only got 3 left. I didn't realize that. They got a 2nd, 4th, and a 7th. Holy shit. Dude, Miami needs to get on the phone with Seattle right now. They're taking time, so I bet they're thinking about a trade. They've only got a few picks left. They could really use a trade back, like legitimately. I bet that's why they're taking so long. My 3rd-ranked center is Josh Myers. What just happened? It went to commercial right before Seattle ran out of time. Yeah, Josh Myers would be my 3rd center, and then Quinn Mariners after that. After that, I'm not interested in the center, period, after those 2 are gone. I really don't even really want those 2. Pick is in, thank you. Looks like you're a little bit ahead of me. I bet Miami was on the phone with him, or somebody was. I don't know what Seattle does here. Probably something to try to make Russell happy, or I don't know. The tackle we took, Liam's cool. He's a guy that'll get the job done, but he's not gonna like whoop anybody's ass. He's not like super powerful, but he does have good technique and he deals with power well because he's good with his hips and he knows how to give up ground slowly. He's got a good anchor. So I do like him. He can move pretty decently. But Dylan Radunes was sitting right there, and I would have preferred taking him. Also, I would have just taken Creed Humphrey, the center, instead. The reason for that is because there aren't as many centers available that I like, and if we miss out on getting a tackle, Seattle. I'll talk about that in a second. If we missed out on getting a tackle, we could have drafted a guard on day 3 and moved and just kept hunting at right tackle. But Seattle just took Dwayne Eskridge. He's one of my favorite receivers in this entire class. Very, very explosive, very good route runner, has the speed, has the hands. He's a guy that really showed out at the Senior Bowl. Seattle typically disappoints me with the way that they draft. They definitely helped out Russell Wilson there big time. You get Dwayne Eskridge out there with Metcalf and Jesus. Guys, I'm blanking hard. The other Seattle receiver. Jesus. Why am I blanking out right now? Tyler Lockett. No, Tyler Lockett. But good, really, really good pick from Seattle. Having Lockett and Metcalf on the outside, then put Eskridge in the slot, that's crazy. For Miami, Brian? Or for Seattle? Right now, my starting lineup would be so I'd have Devontae Parker and Preston Williams on the outside and have actually Jalen Waddle can move inside and out. Probably just like a rotation, to be honest. I want Jalen Waddle out there on most packages, though. We can kind of rotate all the others. I want to move Waddle all over the field. I want to get some cool packages with him and Bowden as well. Bowden really started to show himself at the end of the year. I don't want Waddle doing kick return very much though. In clutch situations though, sure. But for the most part, I don't really want him doing that just because the injury risk. I agree, Brian. Parker probably going to need to go here in the next couple years. I wouldn't mind doubling up at receiver at some point in this class, just not right now. Maybe in the 5th, depending on what we're looking at. Because there's guys who I think will be there even in the 7th that I really like. Des Fitzpatrick from Louisville is one of those guys. Good route runner, but we'll get there later. I haven't really heard anyone talk about him, but I like him. Yeah, Malcolm Perry can return punts too. That's fine. Jakeem Grant too. May as well have Jakeem Grant to do it because now that we got Waddle, I got no reason to put Grant out there on offense. So I'll probably do that. All right, the Rams pick is in. Rams could go a lot of places too. And Kansas City still got 2 picks in the 2nd round. Maybe Josh Palmer. I don't really want him for Miami, but he's a cool player. Maybe late round, maybe. I just want a route runner, not a big bodied guy. But I do like Josh Palmer, just not for the Dolphins. He'd be pretty good for the Rams, who are up right now. I wish that Mike Harley from Miami would have came out. Camera. Out of focus there. Can we agree that the Rams' new logo is the most boring in the NFL? Tutu Atwell from Louisville. That's interesting. I was not expecting that. I wasn't expecting him to go receiver at all, but it makes sense. Tutu Atwell, very, very small. Like he's about like 140 something. In like 5'6", 5'7". My camera finally focused. That's good. But he is lightning fast. Very good yak guy. He's actually tougher than you would expect. He actually blocks better than you would expect. And he will jump ball you despite his size. He's mostly going to do yak things for you. He's going to do a lot of kick and punt return things for you, and just really hurt you with his speed. So that's a pretty decent pick. I didn't expect him to go in the 2nd round, though. Not completely shocked, though, with the speed he has. What? What, buddy? I agree Landon Dickerson was the best center in this class. He's just not available anymore. The only reason I'm talking about Creed. Creed Humphrey's still there. Still available. For Miami, Jakeem Grant and Malcolm Perry, for the most part, were returning kicks for us. They can continue to do that. But I'm just saying that I don't want Waddle to do that because he is good at it. So I just want to specify. Oh, Rams? Cooper Kupp, probably. Didn't he get hurt, though? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not a Rams fan. I don't. Besides when we played him, I didn't really watch that much. And, of course, big games and stuff like that. But Kansas City's on the clock. They could go pretty much anywhere. They did a lot to fix their O-line already. They could go. guard, maybe. Maybe even go receiver and really double up on this offense. Pick is in. Yeah, Tutu Atwell should definitely return some punts. That's going to be probably his main thing at first. I do think he does need to bulk up a little bit. 240. I think he's like. I think he's like 148, which would be. I think they're reporting him as the smallest player to ever get drafted. So, that's pretty crazy. But he is a really good player. But I would like to possibly get his teammate in the later rounds. When I say later rounds, I mean like round 7. Because we don't have a 4th round pick. Nick Bolton, my guy, to Kansas City. All right, Nick Bolton's fantastic. He does his job very, very well. He's not going to do too much. He's not going to get himself out of position. He's just going to do his job and come down and smack people. Very good on blitz. He's just a fantastic player. Just really, really good value here. Good job, Kansas City. Immediately going to a competitor, too. Nick Bolton's one of my favorite players in this entire class. So I am happy that he's going to a good team. He's also one of the first players I watched. They're just making all the noise out there. Carolina could go a lot of different routes too. Let's take a look at them. They could go interior offensive line, guard, edge maybe. Ronnie Perkins is still sitting there. That'd be a great pick here. Let me let my cat out. My bad. I don't know why I put my headphone in. I really want us to trade up here. Does Jacksonville need a center? Let's take a look at their roster. Hope not. I mean, they could use one, but it's not their biggest need. Um, they could use a safety, and there's still quite a few of them left. Could be Ardarius Washington, maybe. I don't know how they value him though. I would love it if we would trade up. I think Seattle was the move we should have went for. Like try to trade up with them because they needed picks. That's true. They've had one winning season since they got to that Super Bowl. It's true. I have no idea what Carolina does here. Running back at Buffalo and Kansas City. I don't know about Kansas City. I think they probably go receiver. Buffalo could make sense. Maybe Michael Carter. They definitely don't need it, but they could. Terrence Marshall, wide receiver. So he's a contested catch guy, and he'll do pretty good for you. It's a pretty good pick. Definitely not the type of receiver I wanted from Miami, so do your thing. But he's a pretty good player. Definitely benefited from Jamar Chase opting out. Tampa could pretty much go anywhere. Actually, legitimately, Trask to Tampa could make sense. Start developing him under Brady, maybe to have some sort of future. Because I don't think Ryan Griffin is their future. Green Bay could do a lot of different things too. Boy, if Creed Humphrey somehow manages to fall to Miami and we don't take him, I'm going to be very sad. Yeah. Tampa? Yeah. Ravens are exercising that fifth-year option for Lamar Jackson. Um, Panthers are doing the same thing with Sam Darnold. Chargers doing it with Derwin James. Bradley Chubb, same thing for Denver. All right, Saints. Let's see what you got. Pick is in. after the second round, I'm probably going to go get another drink, maybe stretch my legs a little bit. Pete Werner. That's pretty high for him. I don't actually hate the player, but I wouldn't have taken him till day 3. That's pretty high. But yeah, shout out to Pete Werner, I guess. He can deal with trash pretty well. That's a thing. But I think he can be a pretty good will linebacker for you. Not super athletic though. But he can do some coverage things too, as long as he's not up against someone too fast. Put him on certain tight ends, and he'll be fine. Interested to see what Houston does with their when they finally get a pick. All right, Buffalo. I can't make fun of you anymore for your Greg Rousseau pick, but because we got Holland, our pick is even worse. So teams Buffalo. Could see Marvin Wilson go. Maybe. That could be a thing. Edge would also. Well, they got Rousseau, but they should probably go with another edge other than Rousseau. But they can do their thing. I hope they draft a kicker or something. All right, pick is in for Buffalo. I have no idea what Buffalo's going for. It could be a running back. Michael Carter, maybe. Hopefully it ain't Kylan Hill. They better not. They took my pet cat running back last year already with Zach Moss. Better not take Kylan Hill. I'll be sick. Even though Michael Carter is the better player, but I like how they have to keep saying fully vaccinated draft room. Carlos Basham. So they did double up at edge. So Carlos Basham's ready to play right now. He is still an upside player, but I think right now he's pretty good at stopping the run. He squeezes pretty well. He is pretty damn big. He's about almost 280 pounds. But he is much quicker than you would think. He plays like a slashing edge rusher despite his size. Um, I would imagine you'd probably play him at left defensive end right now, where he'd be more responsible for stopping the run until he could develop those pass rushing moves a little bit more. Big fan of Carlos Basham. So kind of mad that he ended up in Buffalo, but and now they can stand to lose a little bit with the Russo pick. The Russo pick makes a little bit more sense when you know now that they're doubling up at edge, but they probably could have done it the other way around. I didn't sleep at all last night. That's all right. Who the fuck needs sleep? Green Bay put their pick in quick. Who did Green Bay need at this point? Green Bay needs quite a bit. Could be a receiver. Um, Tyler Wallace, maybe. Josh Myers, man. This is getting sweaty. They're taking away my backup options if Creed ain't there. I would be on the phone with Kansas City right now after that happens. Kansas City's got me by the nuts. Uh, damn it, Green Bay. But Josh Myers is a pretty good player, very intelligent player. He definitely works well within the offense. He's not nearly as impressive as Creed or Landon, but he is a solid player and it's going to help you out a lot. If we couldn't land Creed at this point, that's who I was wanting. Um, Dolphins got to get on the phone. Maybe with Tampa, somebody. I don't think he's going to be there by the time the Dolphins pick next. Not trading up with Kansas City. Their pick is in already. Tackle, maybe. They got Orlando Brown, but they could use maybe a rank. I don't know. Probably not. They could go receiver here. Kansas City can basically afford to do whatever they want with this pick. Damn it! Creed Humphreys. I'll be back, y'all. I'm gonna go get a drink. I gotta take a walk after that. I gotta take care of my cat too. All right, man. I'm back. I needed to take a walk. I'm pissed. Javon Holland really fucked this up. Does Javon Holland have like some kind of like blackmail on somebody? That's my only explanation. Does he have like a mob boss uncle or something? Tampa's pick is in, by the way. Tampa could go anywhere they want. Maybe Trask, like I said. Get a quarterback to sit under Tom. So I might be out of taking center because I don't know if Quinn Miranez is going to be there. I might just cut my losses at center for this year. Might think about going running back now. Have to see what's available. Maybe even edge, depending on what's available. Just double up there. I'd probably go running back. I'm so fucking sad. I was so excited. Going into today. It's been so polarizing for me. Yesterday, I went into last night's draft pretty nervous because the Dolphins haven't proven that they know how to draft, so I was kind of nervous. And then they surprised me by actually doing well last night, and then today they completely shit the bed. Well, I won't say completely. Liam's okay. Not the optimal pick, but it's an okay one. Maybe they like my man's from Baltimore. Damn. Man, if they would announce this Tampa Bay pick already, man, I don't even care what they pick. They don't need nothing. We got to deal with them this year, too. I'm probably going to try to go to that game. I live like an hour from Raymond James. We are playing in Tampa. Could be cool doing like a little vlog from the stadium. That could be cool. If my phone doesn't stop blowing up about Javon Holland, it's going out the goddamn window. Just announced the damn pick. Almost 3 hours in, we haven't gotten to the second round yet. I was like commending your pacing earlier. Why do we have MGK out here? I need some sound for this. Why is MGK out here? Don't tell me he's about to perform something. Okay. What was that? I'm so confused. Did they cross over to WWE, make him getting a celebrity come out and do that shit? I don't get it. Let me take a look at something. So at this point, Miami should just take best player available, really. Come on. Come on. Oh, I was right. They did take Kyle Trask. Makes sense. Get a quarterback to start, developing under Tom. That makes sense. He definitely needs to continue to work on his mental processing and stuff like that for sure. Hopefully, watching Tom up close will allow him to do that a little bit better. Yeah, I think actually the Nick Foles comparison is actually pretty good because their inconsistency, and it is usually because their decision making. So I think that's a pretty good comp, actually. On to the third. Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. I am really intrigued by Houston. By the way, I no longer want to trade up because there's nobody that I really want to trade up for at this point. If Quinn Meinerz falls to us, then probably take him. But I'm not trying to trade up for him. If he's not there, take like a running back or something. Receiver, whatever is available. Andre Cisco. Damn, Jacksonville. That makes me feel a little better, but I definitely like Cisco better than Holland. I think Andre Cisco, if you're like a cover 2 team and he only has to cover half the field, I think he's fine. His tackle angles can be kind of inconsistent, so I'd like to see him work on that. But he's cool. High for him, though. Definitely would have taken Ardarius Washington if you're going to go safety. Or Gillespie if you're looking for a strong safety. Yeah, Andre Cisco is very inconsistent. Or are you talking about Trask? I assume you're talking about Cisco at this point. Yeah, he's very, very inconsistent. But he does have at least a little bit of range. You don't want him being like a deep safety. But if you're like a cover 2 team where you're only covering half the field, or like a cover 3 team, he can do something like that for you. Like I said, his tackling is very, very inconsistent. He's not really looking to tackle people unless he has to. The ball production is a little bit overblown. He's just kind of lucky. A lot of times he just kind of ends up being in the right place at the right time when a quarterback makes a bad decision. But to be fair, you do have to have some sort of skill to capitalize on those mistakes. So I do like him better than Holland, and at least he does have some sort of range to see. It's just that Ardarius Washington and Tyree Gillespie and Hamza Nazirladeen are all still here too. If you wanted free safety, Ardarius is there, so there's that. And then if you want strong, Gillespie and Nazirladeen are both better. All right, Minnesota. What do y'all think that Houston's going to do with their first pick? So I have no idea. They really should just go best player available. They need everything. They should go Ronnie Perkins for real. What you want, phone? All right, pick is in. I don't know what the Vikings do. They took an edge before, didn't they? Oh no, they took Darisaw. So maybe they take Ronnie Perkins right now. Then they need an edge. I'll tell you one thing right now. If Ronnie Perkins by any chance falls, I'm taking Ronnie Perkins without thinking. I'll double up on edge. If he is there when we pick, I would run to the podium to go get him. I feel really good about Ronnie Perkins, especially at this value. Especially with the centers I really like gone. Probably just going to have to rely on Matt Scora, unfortunately. That's right. They did sign Patrick Peterson. Vikings. I forgot about that. Kellen Mond. They went quarterback. I guess that makes sense. Pressure Kirk Cousins. I mean, his contract's going to be coming up. He's worth a hell of a lot. I guess that makes sense. I just don't like Kellen Mond that much. There's a lot of quarterbacks I would have taken over him. Let's see. My position rankings. I would have went Jamie Newman, Felipe Franks over him, Shane Buechele, Peyton Ramsey over him, and then maybe. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him. His decision making is. Accuracy is really bad too. Mm-mm. All right, Houston. If I were them, I'd take Ronnie Perkins right now. Wouldn't even think twice about it. Because they need everything, so they may as well just take the best player available. And that would be him. Ooh, that felt good. All right, Texans pick is in. What y'all think this is going to be? Some of y'all might actually already know already if you're ahead of me. It should be Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. All right, bro. Just take the pick. Get out of there. It's going on 10 o'clock. We're just now starting the second round. Third round, rather. Second round of the night. I forgot about Chester Pitts. You think quarterback? Oh, you were saying that matter of factly, Davis Mills. I don't know about the choice of quarter. I get it because you don't. It's looking like I think that pretty much seals the deal that Watson ain't gonna be there. I probably would have went in a different direction for quarterback though. Um, Texans kind of dumb though, but he's cool. I actually like him better than Kellen Mond a little bit. Atlanta, I don't know. Corner. They could finally go defensive tackle, like a nose tackle. I know Lieutenant Dan's been wanting one for years. Equally, they could go with like Paulson and Debo. That could be a thing. Yeah, Watson probably will be suspended, possibly more. Texans are protecting their ass. Makes sense. I just wouldn't have gone with Mills. All right, Falcons pick is in. So right now, I don't know if I want to say it because I don't want to jinx it, but there are 3 players for the Dolphins that I'm currently interested that are still available. Let me see if there's anybody else that I'm not thinking of. Yeah. 2 there. Eh. There's some guys available. Oh, Jalen Mayfield just went. That makes sense. I'm surprised they waited till now to take tackle, though. I was just assuming they weren't gonna. That's interesting. Jalen Mayfield's cool. He probably would have been the best tackle available at this point, right? No, Spencer Brown and James Hudson are still there. I would have taken those 2. That's interesting. ESPN has Quinn Muriners listed as a guard. That's weird. Definitely a center to me. Pick is in for Cincinnati. There's still some players I would like to get. For Cincinnati, it could be. It could be Quinn Muriners or even Trey Hill from Georgia. Because they aren't keeping Billy Price, right? I see what I did there. Billy Price, right? Price is right. Joseph Osai. That's a good pick. Very raw edge rusher. Um, high ceiling. Definitely has the athleticism, but needs to work on his technique a little bit. But at this point, I think that's a pretty good pick. I guess they're just not replacing Billy Price. At this point, I don't really care that much if people take center. If Quinn's there, I might still take him. But if he's not, it's cool. When we get to our pick, I'll talk about the players I would like. There's really three, with a fourth that I wouldn't mind. Hmm. That's an interesting one, too. Brady Christensen goes to Carolina. Not a big fan of Brady Christensen. They can have him. I know a lot of people are higher on him than I am, but yeah, I'm cool. I am glad we did get Liam when we did because the tackle class gets real whack now. And yeah, you're right, Mark. Carter is one of the ones I wouldn't mind. Fuck it. I'll say it. I can't keep secrets. It's Kylan Hill, Michael Carter, Ronnie Perkins are the three I really want. And then Tylen Wallace, wide receiver, would be the one that I wouldn't mind doubling up at receiver. It's not really that much of a secret. Y'all know how I feel about Michael Carter. And I've been saying I want Kylan Hill. And Ronnie Perkins is just sitting there. But Ronnie Perkins will probably go to Dallas. Could be Detroit too. We'll see. I don't think he gets past Dallas though if he's there. Maybe the Texans should keep trading their picks to us because I was about to make a joke that they don't know how to draft, but we drafted Javon Holland in the second round, so I can't even talk shit about anybody. But pick is in. I am going to try to live stream day 3 tomorrow. My family should be headed up to Orlando tomorrow, so depending on when they do that, I should be available. House should be clear because I'm probably not going to go. So yeah, that's fun. But they might not go. It's up to them. If not, I might just do it just like I'm doing. Just shit gets loud. It is what it is. Come on, man. Garden gnomes are so damn creepy. By the way, that wasn't random. It's a commercial on NFL Network. I know that'd be weird as shit if you weren't seeing that commercial. I just said that out of nowhere. Dude, Dolphins Twitter is blowing up on my phone right now. Aaron Robinson at a UCF cornerback. So he's going to be more of a slot corner for you, like a nickel corner. He's cool, though. I would have taken Elijah Molden over him if you're going to go for a nickel corner. He can give you some outside stuff, too. But, yeah. I'm pretty indifferent about that pick, to be honest. I forgot that Dallas now has 2 third-round picks after the Philly trade yesterday. I will say, though, Aaron Robinson is a competitive, angry-ass dude. I do like him. UCF seems to teach their players to be angry as hell, just in general. Especially their defensive players. All right, Detroit's pick is in. Detroit could go a lot of directions, too. Wide receiver. Maybe. Nah, defensive tackle, Aleem McNeil. Good pick. Very, very good pick. He's a great one tech. Can play a little bit of zero depending on what you want to do. He can even get a little bit of pass rush for you, which is why I prefer him at one tech. He can eat up blocks pretty well, but he can also provide at least a little bit in the way of pass rush. I'm a big fan of Aleem McNeil. I like Marvin Wilson a little more, but Aleem McNeil is really good. Especially in a class with the defensive tackles aren't that crazy. Philly. Lee McNeil did almost play baseball in college too. That's right. Oh, he did play. No, it is just high school. Okay. I don't follow baseball. I have no interest. Wow, Philly's already done. Milton Williams out of Louisiana Tech, pretty good defensive tackle as well. It's a pretty good value. I'm pretty sure Vach is going to be mad. He's a guy that really likes Milton Williams. Sure, he's not happy about him going to Philly. Dude, Philly getting Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson, and Milton Williams is crazy. Yeah, Milton Williams is a guy that hasn't gotten talked about as much, but he's pretty solid. More of a 3-tech, a little bit undersized, but he does have some explosiveness to him. He's pretty good with his hands. So I wouldn't say he's like technically sound with his hands. He's just got strong hands. But he's a pretty cool 3-tech in a class where there are no 3-techs. I don't know if I did a video on him or not. I didn't do videos on everybody. Let me check. Yep, I do. So feel free to check that out later if you want a more nuanced opinion on him. They're flying through these now. Benjamin St. Juice just just came off the board for Washington at a Minnesota corner. Shit, I gotta go to my notes. I didn't expect him to come off the board today. Okay. So he's a pretty long corner. He's got good length. He lacks long speed. Quickness and long speed are going to give him some problems. I do have a video on him as well. He's pretty good in press coverage. I think he's going to be a pretty good cover 3 zone coverage guy. His route recognition could use some work. He's pretty much a development piece. I had him marked as a mid day 3 guy, like somewhere in like the 5th or 6th round. I think this is pretty early, especially with someone like Paulson Adebo still on the board, Elijah Molden still on the board. But if you're going to do some cover 3 things, I think he could be okay, but he definitely needs to use some work with the route recognition. I got a video on him too. I had to go to my notes on that one. I couldn't remember my opinion on him. I remember it wasn't great, but the specifics were escaping me. I'm sure I'll have to go to the notes a lot more tomorrow. Haven't really needed it too much. Now, if anybody drafts some special teams players, I'm fucked. I don't know. I don't evaluate kickers and punters. All right, Dallas's pick is in. They're starting to fly. I appreciate it. Let's see if they go Ronnie Perkins here. They could use edge rusher, and he's sitting right there. Dallas is one of the better drafting teams too, so. I'll tell you one thing. When this draft is over, I'm leaving pretty much immediately. 1, because I got to do these videos, and 2, I got to take a shit so bad. But I'll wait. Maybe that's just Javon Holland trying to tell me he's here. Dude, Dallas, their pick was in like immediately. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's take a look at Dallas, I guess. We're just sitting here. I gotta announce it. Come on. Osa from UCLA. That's interesting. So he's a pretty cool player as well. Pretty good value here. Taking him over Ronnie Perkins is insane to me, though. By the way, if you want to see me butcher his name, go watch my video on him. I said the very Caucasian version of that. But definitely a good physical specimen. I do like him. Just with Marvin Wilson and Tevin Jenkins sitting there. Not Tevin Jenkins, Ronnie Perkins. I wonder what the Saints do here. Quinn Mariners actually might fall to us at this point. If so, I would add him to the list of players I wouldn't mind drafting. Wouldn't be the first choice, but if Ronnie Perkins is there, I'm sprinting to the podium and not thinking twice. I'll double up at edge. Yeah, pick is in for the Saints. Awesome. Let's announce it. Oh, there it is. Paulson Adebo. There you go. I've been talking about him. Very, very underrated player. I have a video on him as well, like I have everybody that's come up so far. He's not going to wow you like a lot of these corners, but he's a solid outside corner. Is good in coverage. Could use a little bit of work. Does need to get his head around a little bit more consistently, but I do like him a lot. Good pick from the Saints. Chargers. Could they go like Brevin Jordan here? Maybe? Or maybe a receiver? I know they could use a tight end. My ass started to hurt in this chair. All right, pick is in. I think I said that. I don't know. Edge. I can see that. Hopefully it's not Ronnie Perkins. The Chargers draft well, so it probably should be. Josh Palmer. Was it you, Mark, that was mentioning Josh Palmer earlier? I know somebody was. And I mentioned that I do like him as a later round receiver, but just not for Miami. That makes sense for them. He's a cool, big bodied contested catch guy. Definitely didn't want him for Miami, but he is cool. Has a little bit of route running. Has some athleticism. Got a video on him too. Yeah, thought I remembered that though. But I think we were talking about taking him like day 3 or something, not here. Shh. Daniel Jeremiah, don't tell him about Michael Carter, Quentin Munoz, and Ronnie Perkins. They are all ass. Don't. Hopefully the Vikings do. Yeah, it's cool. What do the Vikings do here? I got no clue. They could go center. That'd be pretty bad. They could go edge too. Maybe we can take advantage of the Raiders. Chaz Surratt. Good job, Minnesota. Good job. All right, cool. So one of my players is following to me. If we take Ronnie Perkins, Quinn Mirnes, um, Michael Carter, or Kylan Hill, I'm happy. The Raiders can't take all 4 of them. So actually, one of them would have fell to us anyway. And actually, I'll throw in Ardarius Washington. What y'all think for the Raiders? What linebacker is still available? None that I would take here. Linebacker falls off pretty hard in this class for me. There's not much depth there. I think McGrone's still available though, ain't he? Yeah, Cameron McGrone would be my next best guy. There's still Jabril Cox, but I'm not that big on him. Nobody I would take. McGrone would be the best one for me available though. Michigan. All right, Raiders. Y'all think that maybe the Raiders might trade one of these picks? Quinn would be good. They could go corner here, but they really ain't worth taking. There's a bunch of D tackles available. They could use one of them. Talking about the Raiders. All right, pick is in for the Raiders. If they're going to take both these picks, can they just announce them both at the same time? How many comp picks do we have? Not us specifically, but in this class. 10? Okay. My back's starting to hurt. I'm sitting too. Whatever. Raiders could go Tylan Wallace here, too. Raiders could really go a lot of places at this point. Quarterback would be funny. Go get like Ian Book or something. That'd be hilarious. Come on, man. I just hope the Dolphins don't fix this. Just don't fuck up this pickup. That's all I ask. I don't know if they will trade up to 156, but I would like to if we take Quinn. Ideally, I just don't want them to fuck this pickup. Just don't do anything stupid. That's why I gave a list of players that I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a great running back either. Because I feel really good about Kylan Hill and Michael Carter. But I don't think the league is valuing Kylan Hill like I am. So I don't think they're going to take him. Maybe if we go Quinn, maybe we can trade up into the 4th and try to go get Hill. So he might be able to slide. If not, just don't get running back. I would prefer Quinn if he's there, just because after he's gone, there just isn't centers available, and we need a starting center right now. Well, I don't even know if Quinn's ready to start right now, to be fair. So we're in kind of a bad situation here. But some teams are looking at Quinn Mariners as a guard, though, too. So that's a thing. So Miami, I don't know if they're looking at him the same way I am. I'm not even that big a fan of Mariners, really. It's just we need a center. I don't know. I might rather one of the running backs. I don't know. Bro, they are taking forever with this pick. You think maybe they're trying to get them both the picks sorted for the Raiders, and maybe they're trying to trade the second one? Yeah, Mariners is a football player. Yeah, he's really strong. Has the natural skills. It's just his technique doesn't show up on film really. And all the people that said he did really good at the Senior Bowl, he was pretty okay at the Senior Bowl. His technique still wasn't good there either. He was mostly bear hugging people, so doesn't know how to use his hands. All right, finally we're getting this Raiders pick. Can you announce both of them, please? Malcolm Kontz from Buffalo. Yeah, big ass reach. Where was he in my Edge list overall? Because he's not even in like the video I did for Edge. But where was he? I had him as my 17th edge rusher. Fun fact, I actually have him lower than Russo. Okay, cool. Divine Diablo. Good, they didn't make us wait. Divine Diablo is a much better pick, though. He gives you some value at linebacker and can give you some snaps at strong safety. Very, very good will linebacker. So shouts out to them there. The Malcolm Kontz pick was pretty bad, but Divine Diablo pick's pretty solid. All the guys that I mentioned are still here. Yeah, Ronnie Perkins is on the board. I am sprinting to take him. I'll double up at edge and just take the best available player. I'd rather double up than take a center I'm really not comfortable with. But if they do it, I won't be completely mad. I'll just be a little disappointed that we didn't get Perkins. I wonder if Perkins is in trouble or something. Those helmets are hideous. Not Virginia Tech, one of the teams they were playing against. I've been talking about who I want. So Ronnie Perkins, for me, in order it would go Perkins, Michael Carter, Hill, Mariners. All right, pick is in. I think you typed that right as I said it. I'm so nervous. Is it really Patrick Jones? Hunter Long? I would prefer Patrick Jones. Dolphins can't draft, man. I'm telling you. We've had so many elite talent. Well, not elite at this point, but Ronnie Parker has been damn close to being elite. Just right in your hands. And you got fucking Hunter Long. I like Hunter Long, but I wasn't trying to get any tight end that wasn't Kyle Pitts, to be honest with you. I'd rather just resign Gesicki. I hate our day two. I hate it. All like Liam is an okay pick, but I hate our day two. So now we go in to day 3 with no 4th or 5th round pick, without a running back or a center. And we took fucking Hunter Long and fucking Javon Holland. We can't draft, dude. I'm not as pissed as the Javon Holland pick because Hunter Long is at least usable. This is the thing that makes it so hard, because Chris Greer is so good at getting these picks for us, but if we can't capitalize on them, they mean nothing. I feel like we need to completely fire our scout team. Yeah, we didn't need a tight end. I wanted Pitts just because he was that good, but we just extended Shaheen, and without Pitts, I assume we're re-signing Gesicki. Hunter Long doesn't replace Gesicki by any means. And even if you were gonna go tight end, I would have went with Brevin Jordan first. Hunter Long is a pretty good player. Let me find my notes on him so I can give a proper report. I haven't watched tight ends in a minute. I do have a video on him. I'll probably make another one after the stream. I probably could have organized this better. Or at all, actually. Let's see my other packet. Yeah, I found my Malcolm Kuntz notes. I wrote a goddamn book this year. Don't go nowhere, y'all. Man, to be fair, I'm going to be, like I said, doing a video on him after anyway. But I'm sad, man. I was so excited after yesterday. Yeah, I know Alex Smith retired. I never realized how many players I've watched until I actually have to find a specific player's notes. Diami Brown from North Carolina. That's a decent pick. He's a pretty good deep threat. Hunter Long, here he is. So he is listed as 6'5", but I noted that he looks shorter than he actually is reported. He's a pretty solid blocker. He gets his hands inside pretty consistently on his blocks. He understands leverage both on blocking and receiving. He has enough speed to get the job done, but isn't a burner. He does give you the versatility of being able to play inline and out wide, but I do prefer him in line. He does finish his blocks. He is a little bit limited athletically. I seen him as a day 3 player. He doesn't create space, and he's inconsistent with contested catches. The strength of his hands is a bit of a question. I'm not really too big on that. Yeah, Fitzpatrick will definitely have some fun up there. I'll keep those notes open because I'll need them when I do the video. I don't need them for the others. I'm not even like mad anymore. I'm just like it's like depression now. Tommy Tremble, Notre Dame. I would have preferred him. Well, maybe. I don't know. Nah, I probably would have preferred Hunter Long over Tremble, to be fair. But if we were going to do tight end, I would have preferred Brevin Jordan. But I would have just not done tight end at all. Besides, like, Pitts, if we could have gotten him. Come on, man. Let's speed through this shit. Hopefully we do a little bit better tomorrow. We don't even have picks until later. Pick is in for Dallas. These are first round was good. So realistically, So let me think about this objectively. I don't like the Hunter Long pick, but the only pick that I truly hate is the Javon Holland one. We can at least use Hunter Long. I kind of want to trade Shaheen though if we can. No, because now I have no reason to have him. Hunter Long is just a better version of Shaheen. Yeah, I want to trade up too. Probably for a running back. Chauncey Golston. What is going on with Ronnie Perkins? Chauncey Golston's cool. But Ronnie Perkins is going to fall to Pittsburgh or something, and they're going to have a field day. Pittsburgh should take Quinn Mariners now if he's still there. Get their tight end and still get their center. They could go guard, too. There's plenty of guards still available. Yeah, I know. I don't expect us to trade up right now, though. I would like that, but I don't expect it. Amari Rogers out of Clemson goes to Green Bay. That's a decent little pick. Solid route runner. Yeah, it's been a little bit since a receiver went off the board. Especially for the Packers. They never want to draft a wideout. They had a player comp for Randall Cobb. I don't know about that. Amari Rogers doesn't have the hands that Randall Cobb had. But I feel you. Minnesota's got 2 picks here. Maybe they could be a target for us. Or a trade up, maybe. Rams, maybe, too. Could be a target. All right, Vikings pick is in. I'm going to be a proud YouTuber if I go through the first 2 days and I already have videos out on every one of these players. So far, that is the case. They just need to hire me. Let Chris Greer do all the trades and shit. Just let me draft for you. I'll sort you out. I legitimately feel like I could outdraft a lot of these GMs. I really do, and not just me. I think a lot of the underground, like YouTubers and stuff, would smoke some of these GMs. Myself, Vosh Lombardi, Lieutenant Dan, Jeff Kavanaugh. There's a bunch of us. Long's hands are okay. They are a little bit inconsistent with contested catches, which is kind of important for a tight end. He's mostly a blocking tight end with some value as a receiver. He can get you some yak though because he does have some strength to him. So he can run you over. So I would have preferred Brevin Jordan if we're going to go tight end because he's got the athleticism in the hands and can still block a little bit. Could have gotten us some matchups against some slower linebackers. But I wouldn't have gone tight end, period. But if we're gonna, I'll do dedicated videos on all three players we drafted. As soon as this is over, I'm gonna get working on it. Most of them should come out throughout the night, just like yesterday with Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips. Yeah, Brian. Not even just this round. This whole day two, second round included. Oh, that felt good though. My knee just popped. I felt the need to tell you that. Wyatt Davis from Ohio State goes to Minnesota. Yeah. To be fair, it's more so fuck the Dolphins right now. Like I still love them, but it's our fuck up. It ain't Denver's fault. Wyatt Davis is pretty overrated to me. The value here in the third round is not bad though. There ain't much. You know what? To be fair, there is stuff to be positive about. At the end of the day, we still got two players I feel really good about, and Hunter Long is like, at least he gives us something. I could see a way of using him. I just don't like to pick. To me, he was a day 3 guy to me. Plus, tight end was one of the few positions where I didn't really want to address unless it was Pitts. Tight end and corner. I'll straighten you out, Brian. After the video, I'll drop a video on him. I have a video out on him now, actually, but I'll kind of talk about what he brings to the Dolphins and stuff. I actually had to go into my notes too because I haven't thought about Hunter Long in about a month because I went through my little phase where I was just knocking out tight ends. Pause. All right, Pittsburgh, what you doing? Playing Mariners, maybe? Go get their center. They could go guard here, too. There's hella guards available. I really wish we would have went Creed Humphrey instead of Liam Etchenberg, because we could go get a guard. It's either that or it's telling that they don't know how to draft, which is more what so I'm leading to. Some teams just suck at this. It just is what it is. They get paid for no goddamn reason. At least Chris Greer is good at trades and free agent signings, but I don't like our drafting at all. We kind of have the Patriots philosophy of just stock up on picks because you suck at drafting, so you have to hit on some of them, just percentages. Kendrick Green out of Illinois. I've watched him. My notes on him. Definitely got to go to my notes. Yeah, he did have a good year once. It's looking like we're probably going to have to roll with him for the year, at least. I remember not being too big on Kendrick Green. I don't remember my exact thoughts. Let me go to my my guard rankings. Yeah, he was my 13th ranked guard. I had him going in day 3. I do believe he was one of the players I watched more recently. But they all sort of blend together after a while. Trey Sermon, I cared nothing about Trey Sermon. They can have him. He's cool. Just very, very inconsistent. But the big concern with the guy from Baltimore is that the Ravens fans told me that he had like really, really bad problems snapping the ball consistently last year. And overall, his blocking just got really, really inconsistent. So we'll have to kind of look out for that. It must be in my other set. Yeah, you're right. It is still one less. Doesn't do us much good there. Yeah, there's my Chauncey Golston notes. Here he is. Yeah, so he can move a little bit. He can scoop block. He has a tendency to bear hug. This is Kendrick Green, by the way. He has a tendency to bear hug people. He doesn't really use his hands. He does look for work, which is nice. If there's no one in his gap, he will try to find somebody to block. He's eager to hit somebody. Um, he climbs pretty well. He looks like he'd be better in a zone blocking scheme, which is weird that Pittsburgh drafted him. Um, to me, he looked like a mid to late day 3 pick. So yeah, not great for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh can't draft either. They just know how to coach up the players they get. Same can be said for a lot of teams. Miami, New England. That's why New England's strategy is to just trade everybody away before they get bad so they can just load up on picks. So they got to hit on somebody. It's law of percentages. But Trey Sermon, if he can start running a little bit lower behind his pads, that would be really good for him. I just need to see him be a little bit more consistent. He was pretty mediocre until the end of the season where he really picked it up. So we'll see. He does have a little bit of power, a little bit of wiggle. He's kind of a jack of all trades. Not particularly great at anything. Not terrible at anything either. I have no idea what the Texans do here. Everybody's first thought should be Ronnie Perkins at this point. I don't care what your team needs are. Yeah, indeed. 67 picks to go. Luckily, it ain't 67 tonight. I'm about done for the night. When does it start back up tomorrow? By the way, Nico Collins from Michigan. Little early for him, but Texans can't draft, so I guess that makes sense. And at 12 tomorrow. Yeah. If I can go live, I will. Yeah, wide receiver was a need. I just wouldn't have gone Nico Collins. Tylan Wallace is there. Sage Surratt is there. There's just some better guys. But he's cool. He had a pretty good Senior Bowl. Yeah, I like Tylan Wallace a lot. And I think Tylan Wallace would have been a pretty good replacement for Will Fuller, too. Nico Collins is a solid player, though. Center that a little more. See my little Dungeons and Dragons figure in the back? So I'm a nerd. Patrick Jones for Pittsburgh. That's actually not bad. They lose Bud Dupree, so they add Patrick Jones as an edge rusher. That's not too bad. Definitely should have gone Perkins though if you're going to do that, but whatever. I'm sorry, I'm retarded. I seen Pittsburgh and thought Steelers. I'm stupid. Went to the Vikings. I'm retarded. So scrap the Bud Dupree thing, but still a decent pick for Minnesota. Definitely a development piece. Very athletic. Definitely has ball get off. But he's learned to use his hands a little bit more. Sometimes he does work himself out of the play as well. So we'll see. Cleveland's pick is in already. Good. Let's speed through this. By the way, I appreciate you rolling with me tonight, Mark. Been good conversations. Last night it was pretty much me talking to myself a good portion of the draft. Appreciate you. But I agree. There has to be something up with Perkins. Something off the field. Maybe there's an injury we don't know about. I don't know. Slap somebody's mom. Got Myles Garrett announcing the pick. Him and his shitty ass mustache. Anthony Schwartz. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Schwartz. He can't catch, and he just isn't that impressive. They can have him. Interesting that he went before Tylan Wallace, though. At least I could see maybe with Nico Collins if you just are preferring a big-bodied contested catch guy. But Anthony Schwartz is just not that good. But at least like Tylan Wallace and Nico Collins, you could say it might just come down to the type of receiver you're looking for. But I don't know. I mean, sure, but he can't catch, so I don't care how fast he is. Same reason why I'm not a big fan of Tony. By the way, I barely watch any Pro Bowl stuff. Pro Day stuff because I think Pro Day stuff is stupid, and they tend to lie to you a lot. So a lot of this Pro Day footage is a lot of the Pro Day footage is stuff I haven't seen. Yeah, that is why we have Waddle. I still would have preferred Devonta Smith, but I'm definitely happy with Waddle. All right, cool. Tennessee's already got their pick in too. They already announced it. Monty Rice. Not a fan of Monty Rice at all. Cameron McGrone's still available. I definitely would have went with him. Yeah. I would have went with McGrone. I'm not gonna lie. If you want a linebacker, the only two I'm still interested in are McGrone and maybe Derek Barnes. After that, it really falls off. I'm not a big fan of Jabril Cox. How about outside linebacker? No, these are mostly edge rushers. Ellerson Smith is still there. I like him. Baron Browning is okay too. Yeah, Baron Browning actually is. Him and McGrone are the best linebackers. Like linebackers, not edge rushers. Because Ellerson's cool too as an edge rusher. All right, Buffalo. I know, Mark. It's driving me crazy. I'm trying to figure out what one of these teams might be willing to trade up or trade back rather, so we could trade up. Chargers maybe, but I don't think the Dolphins are looking to do that. I don't think they realize what they've got. You have hope. Dolphins haven't given me a reason to have hope in their drafting ability. We're not the worst at this, but we're pretty damn bad. We definitely have the worst singular pick. But I don't think we have the worst draft class as a whole. It's just that Javon Holland one that's really hurting us. And I don't like the Hunter Long pick, but at least he's an okay player. But definitely the Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips picks will help a lot. And I do like the Liam Eichenberg pick too. I just would have preferred Radunes or one of the centers, preferably Creed because he was still there. Because again, like I said, I would have taken Creed, and then if you can't get a tackle, just draft a guard and keep Hunt at tackle, like Deontay Brown or something. I really like Deontay Brown. Then again, I would have drafted Landon Dickerson at 36, and then drafted a tackle at 50. So we wouldn't have been in this mess if I was drafting because Javon Holland wouldn't have been on the team. Or if we were going to be in this mess, at least get a really good safety. This commercial break is long as hell. Buffalo's pick has been in. Come on, 12 more picks on the night. Tampa doesn't need a lot right now. Maybe they could be looking to get some future picks. That dude in the background is hilarious looking. He had some buck teeth hanging over his mouth, over his mask. Spencer Brown at Northern Iowa. I like Spencer Brown. Very underrated offensive tackle. Bills, besides the Russo pick, their class has been pretty good. Not shocked. They typically draft fairly well. I have a video on him too. I don't know if I did a video on Monty Rice. Actually. No, I did. I grinded my ass off this year. I will say I do like this draft class better than last year's so far as a whole. Last year's class, we've already matched the amount of players I was happy about. Yeah, I'm a little scared too. Although at this point, I'm kind of just, it is what it is at this point. Okay. All right, pick is in for Baltimore. That's a super late notification that just got sent to my phone. I just now got a notification for the Eric Flowers trade. Come on, man, just make the pick. Ben Cleveland? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Ben Cleveland. They can have him. He ain't great. There's so many guards. Dude, Deontay Brown for Baltimore would have been crazy if they're going to go guard. Denver could use some picks too. I wonder if we included Jacoby Brissett in a trade to Denver. What that would get us. I mean, to be fair, they did get Teddy. All right, pick is in for Tampa. Robert Hainsey. So Robert Hainsey, kind of similar to a lot of the Notre Dame offensive linemen. They're not gonna be super impressive, but the technique is there, and he's gonna be a pretty decent player for you. I think that moving to guard might be better for him, but. Oh yeah, yeah. No, they still haven't drafted a quarterback. They got Pat Surtain and Javonte Williams, Denver. They did trade for Teddy, but why is Aqib Talib commenting on all the Dolphins picks? It's weird. New England's pick is in. Yeah, he is better than Jacoby. You're right. But I don't care. I want Denver to take the trade. Because that's what I want. And that is what Denver should really take into consideration. You know what? Just because of that, Denver can have this piece of paper for the 35th pick in the third round. Or, I'll even throw in this empty styrofoam bowl that I was eating M&Ms out of earlier. Bet they didn't ever consider that. Zoned out there. I'm literally just playing with my zipper on my shorts. It's jean shorts. One of my pockets has a zipper, but how did they? I don't know. I don't know how they got those either, to be fair. They're both comp picks, too. Traded away comp picks. What do you mean, Peter? The Dolphins draft as a in general, or like the draft as a whole, like besides the Dolphins? James. Uh. Okay, Dolphins specifically. As a whole, this draft, it's like a C for me. Yesterday was like a minus for me. Really, really good picks. I love the Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips picks. But moving on to today, the Javon Holland pick pissed me the fuck off. I don't like Javon Holland at all. To me, he is an undraftable player. So taking him in the second round is crazy to me. The Liam Eichenberg pick is cool. I don't mind that. And Hunter Long is an okay blocking tight end, but taking him in the third round when there were so many other players available, I'm not a fan of that pick either. So I'm not super ecstatic about this so far. I'd give us like a C plus overall. And there goes Ronnie Perkins to New England. God damn it. What the fuck? So now we got to deal with him. Come on, man. That ain't even right. I tried, guys. I tried to get us to take Ronnie Perkins. They just need to let me do the draft. Hire me. Let Chris Greer make all these great trades and then let me draft for him. We'll win Super Bowl every year. I'm going to be recording videos on all three of these dudes after this, too. Oh, well. No, New England's not going to be a pushover. That pick makes me a little sick. At this point, I just don't care anymore. It just is what it is. Hopefully, we can at least get some decent value tomorrow. I mean, Jets, maybe. What about the Jets? Trading up with the Jets? I mean, Jets being terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to step in and make them have a run. I think Miami is going to have a pretty good team. I think New England's going to be scary, and Buffalo is terrifying. So I think this whole division could be pretty crazy. Trey McKitty out of Georgia, I'm not a big fan. Obviously, he had better success last year with Jake Fromm at quarterback. Stetson Bennett just kind of sucked. And Jake Fromm wasn't amazing either, but Stetson Bennett is terrible. So his production definitely went down, but I'm still not that big a fan of him. The value there just isn't there. I wonder why Brevin Jordan is falling too. Um, Ordinarily, I would just think that he's a tight end, but there's a lot of tight ends worse than him that are getting picked here. Also, my boy from Ole Miss too. Their tight end is better than some of these guys taken as well. Yabo, I don't remember how to pronounce his last name. All right, Denver's pick is in. Come on, let's get through these picks. Probably gonna end this stream. Like I'm gonna do a little wrap up after that. Then I'm gonna go start working on these videos. Have them come out throughout the night while I'm sleeping. What the fuck is that? And there goes Quinn Miernes. Shout out to Denver. He had a very raw player. They drafted him as a guard. Interesting. Let me see. That's just what ESPN says. Let me see what it says on the actual TV. Yeah, guard. So people really aren't looking at him as a center. Maybe that's why. Maybe teams aren't looking at him as a center, and the Dolphins don't really need guards. So maybe that explains not taking him. But not going running back doesn't really make sense. Not taking Ronnie Perkins didn't make sense. But that could explain the Quinn Miernes situation. But he is pretty damn strong. He has played guard and center. Uh, he does have a tendency to bear hug people, though. His technique is pretty much non-existent, but he does have a nasty streak to him, though. I'll say that. He has a big tendency of letting people get their hands on his chest as well. His base can get a little bit narrow at times too, which throws off his balance. What y'all think Dallas is going to do? Dallas. They could use a safety, and Darius Washington's still available. So is Gillespie. That could be a thing. Running back? That'd be a little crazy. The contract that Zeke has, and I don't think they're going to have an easy time trading Zeke. And they got Tony Pollard, who's fantastic. I mean, they could. They just shouldn't. They should go get Darius Washington. That's what they should do. They could take a guard too. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are always complaining about Connor Williams, so maybe go get someone to play. Nashton, right? I haven't watched him. Nashawn White, right? I don't know him. Have you watched him, Mark? Or anybody watching? Have any of y'all watched him? Corner is probably one of the positions I watched the least of. Just because the Dolphins didn't really need it. And I hate watching DBs. And if I don't have to, I won't watch as many. If I have all 22s, I don't mind all 20. I don't mind DBs, but I typically don't with college. So it's a nightmare watching DBs. Curious to see what Watson Barty has to say about that, because I know he was watching corners because they needed him. Also interesting that they took a corner after taking Boss Man Fat. You know, watch corner or QB. I watched a bunch of quarterbacks just because it is the most important position. And before people were declaring for the draft and everything, so I didn't really know who all was coming out. I just started watching quarterbacks because I was excited to start watching film. I started with the some of the opt out guys, and then I went quarterback. Well, to be fair, I also didn't watch like kicker, punter, long snapper. Even the Dolphins technically do need a punter. It's just weird that they would have. I'm guessing he's like a nickel, but Elijah Molden is sitting there if you want a nickel because they got Stephon Diggs and they got Boss Man Fat to be their outside corners. Strange. If you don't have all 22s, defensive backs are very difficult to evaluate. You're right. And they take the longest. Because trying to find plays where they're actually doing shit is difficult. Safeties are even harder. Because at least corners, for the most part, they're at least, up against their receiver most plays. Safety, sometimes you got to go forever to find them actually do something. I think safety is my least favorite position to watch out of all positions. I'd rather watch a kicker kick. At least if I go to some special teams film, I can find him easily. Ugh. Come on, man. Yeah, true. Had y'all heard of Wisconsin Whitewater until Quinn Miernes come out this year? I had never heard of that college ever. All right, Titans. Elijah Molden, there he goes. Big fan of Elijah Molden. He's one of my pet cats. Very small nickel corner. He plays like a strong safety. I'm guessing this is what you were talking about, Mark. Um, very, very good tackler. Will absolutely smack you. Angry ass little dude. I personally want him to play nickel for a year or two and let him get a little bit bigger and eventually move to strong safety. I think that would be the ideal situation for Elijah Molden. I'm a big fan of him. He's not necessarily one of my favorite, like one of the best players, but he is one of my personal favorites. He's just an angry ass little dude. Huh. Yeah, the choice pick is already in. Ifitu Malafanu. So he's someone who can play a little bit of safety and corner, but he's a really fantastic player. I have a video on him as well. Uh, Pretty good in coverage. He is a little bit limited athletically, but he's a good player as long as if you do like cover three, cover two things, I think he'll be pretty good. I got a whole video dedicated to him if you want to go check that out. The only one of these players in the first 2 days so far that I don't have one on is Nashton Wright. I haven't watched him at all. Or Nashawn White. That's a weird way to say it, to spell Nashawn. But I do like Melifonwu. He's a good player. Very competitive. Don't think he was drafted though. Gotcha. San Fran's pick is in. 4 more, guys. Then I get to go record some videos and take a shit. I'm excited. Ambry Jones. I mean, Ambry Thomas. He's. I'm not a fan. They can have him. Run on. Really a big run on corners though here. That's interesting. I don't have a video on Ambry Thomas, but I have watched him. I watched him actually this week. I just didn't do a video. Mm-hmm. Only 3 more tonight. Rams pick is in. Could we see another corner go? Just to keep the train going. Let's see what corners are available at this point. Shakur Brown. I'd laugh real hard if they took Sean Wade. Kerry Vincent. Yeah, I probably don't go corner. Probably don't do that. Interesting that pretty much all the defensive tackles are still going to be there going into day 3. Which I mean, I'm not shocked. The defensive tackle class is pretty bad, so not shocked by that. Which means we could probably get a decent nose tackle tomorrow. That'll be cool. But Dolphins actually have to draft to do shit like that, so we'll see. So after the draft stuff is over and I do all my content, like talking about all the players the Dolphins get, undrafted free agents and everything like that. I'm probably going to be taking a small break. I'm thinking about doing some throwback film sessions so y'all have some sort of content after, like while I'm on my break. I'm thinking about doing some film on some of the guys that are going into the Hall this year. You know, Peyton Manning, Charles Woodson, people like that. That could be cool. I did some throwback film sessions last year. I definitely feel like I'm starting to get some little bit of burnout. I definitely am starting to feel like I need a just a little bit of time. But I'll set y'all up with some things just come out while I'm gone. Definitely won't be daily uploads for a while because for one thing, during the off season after the draft and all the undrafted free agents are done, there really ain't much for me to talk about. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Ernest Jones either. Another one I don't have a video on. I have watched him a little bit though. Exactly, Mark. And we already know who our opponents are. We just don't know the exact scheduling yet. There's some shitty picks back to back. Melifano and Molden are cool, but and Marinez is it's actually not that bad. And to be fair, I don't know Nashawn Wright, so I don't want to say he's shit yet. I haven't watched him. If I feel like watching him tomorrow, I might before uh, day 3 starts. I think NFL Game Pass's film goes back to about 2008 or 2009. So I'll probably do some like throwback film somewhere within that range for certain players. Like I said, I want to do some for the people going into the Hall and maybe a couple others. I don't know yet. If y'all got any suggestions from players within that time frame, let me know. Brandon Stevens, this is some shit picks. Not a big fan of him either. Corners cleaned out going into day 3 though. Reggie Bush's Dolphin ears could be cool. I can't remember if I did that last year or not. Yep. Pick is in. Thank you, Denver. Baron Browning. Okay, that's a pretty good pick. I like Baron Browning. I got a video out on him too. I liked him at the Senior Bowl. Go ahead and check that video out. Um, so that's not too bad. I had videos out on most of these guys, and only one so far that I haven't watched the film on at all. I'll probably watch them tomorrow morning if I feel like it. Um, I'll definitely watch them before the season starts. But anyway, this has been a pretty cool stream. We're going on 5 hours now. We could definitely still move up for a running back. I would definitely like to. Both my guys that I've been talking about are both still there, so that's a thing. Let's actually take a look at best available players. We'll go like position by position. So looking at quarterback, this isn't just for the Dolphins, just in general. Jamie Newman and Felipe Franks are still there. Ian Book, Shane Buechele. After that, I'm not really a fan. Running back, we've still got Michael Carter. Stevenson, if you like him, I'm not that big on him. Hubbard's still there. Kenneth Gainwell's still there, who I like. Of course, Kylan Hill, Khalil Herbert. The Louisiana running backs, there's still some guys there. Roundtree, if you like him. We still got Tylan Wallace on the board. Sage Surratt, who can be a good yak guy. Marquez Stevenson. Tamorian Terry, if you're into that type of receiver. I like Dez Fitzpatrick in like the 7th round. Yeah, there's still some guys there. Warren Jackson is a thing. Osiris Mitchell. Tight end. You still got Brevin Jordan, Noah Gray, Bates, Yabo, Poljan. Like there, Granson. There's still quite a few tight ends. Tackle. We still got James Hudson. James Hudson is the only tackle left that I feel kind of okay about. Dan Moore is okay, but that's about it. I'll get to linebacker. I'm going by in order. Guard, there's still plenty. Trey Smith is good. Devontae Brown is really good. I mean, Deontay Brown, rather. Jalen Moore is okay. David Moore from Grambling is fine. That's about it there. Center. Trey Hill doesn't make me puke. Edge, we got Rashad Weaver, who's still there. Dalen Hayes. I don't like Shaka Tony. Kane Doe. Interesting that ESPN agrees that Kane Doe is a little better than Robinson. William Bradley King, who I'm not a fan of. Ogundeji's still there. Roche's still there. Jonathan Cooper, who I like potentially like 7th round. So that's a thing. Defensive tackle, we still got Tufile. We got Nixon, Marvin Wilson, Tyler Shelvin, Tui Pelotu. I don't like Bobby Brown. Togi, I think that's how you pronounce it. Twyman, Bohanna, Merrill, Tonga, Stills. There's a lot of D tackles still left. Interior linebacker, Jabril Cox is still there. Dylan Moses, I don't like. KJ Britt, I don't like. Cameron McGrone, I still he's my favorite linebacker still left. Tough Borland, I don't like at all. Derek Barnes is still there. He's okay. That's really it there. See outside linebacker. Chris Rumpf, he's okay. Ellerson Smith is more of a edge rusher. So is Hamilcar Rashed and Jordan Smith. They're all okay players though. Corner. Tate Gowan's there. Shakur Brown is there. They're okay. They're more like nickel corners. Corner's pretty much wiped out. Jamar Johnson is still there. I know a lot of people like him. We still got Ardarius Washington and Tyree Gillespie. Paris Ford, if you like him. Hamza Nazarudeen is still there. So there's still some safeties. It's crazy that all those guys I just mentioned, I still like better than Holland, and they're still there in the 4th round. Then there's some kickers and punters. But yeah. So that kind of gives us an idea. There's still plenty of guys to go get. You still pretty much have your pick at a defensive tackle. There's still some safeties there. There's receivers. There's plenty of running backs still, which is good. Still a couple of quarterbacks if you're looking for a backup. So there's still some guys there. There's some guards left. There is the one tackle in James Hudson who I think is okay. But yeah. Anyway, I think that's pretty much gonna do it, man. It's been a pretty good night, at least just chilling with y'all. The actual draft wasn't great tonight, but I am semi looking forward to what we do tomorrow. Hopefully we get some sort of trade up to go get a running back. That'd be great. But it is what it is at this point. I'm not going to stay mad at it forever, but I'll see you next time, probably tomorrow. So, yeah. Bye, guys.